2. Okay, welcome back. It's Lime City Winter Wonderland, and we are getting really into the Final Fantasy now with Final Fantasy VII Remake Intergrade. It's your boy Woadyb running new game, no major glitches, easy on the PlayStation 5. Take it away, my friend.
Thank you. Welcome. Glad to be here. Glad to show off one of my favorite and first speedruns I've ever done. We're just gonna jump right in. Long run, so may as well get things rolling. All right. We're gonna be doing this on the easy category, but don't let that fool you. Just because we're playing on easy, we still gotta go fast. We still gotta do things very optimized at the end of the day. So it's not gonna be just all, slap people here and there and win fights. We've meticulously thought out all of our strats. But let's go ahead and count this down. So 3, 2, 1, let's go. All right, I'm gonna do my best. I will be honest, commentating this game and doing the strats at the same time is very challenging at times, so may have to talk about fights after they've happened versus while they're happening, just because of how quick they can be. So right off the gate, we start off in everyone's favorite reactor sequence, just like in the OG game. So game really hits the ground running there, teaching you pretty much all about the combat, all about the guarding, evading, using different modes, how to get chests, what crates do. Like, it's a lot of tutorials that unfortunately, even though we know this game in and out, you can't turn off in new game. So we get the pleasure of seeing them every time, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. It's very small sequences. Here we do a quick menu to do a couple shortcutting, because shortcutting is a big important factor into going fast. Look, we got good dog. We want to see that dog attack us, because if he attacks us, we will counter him going into Punisher mode, which is what we want to see. Dogs tend to be kind of a bit of the RNG in terms of combat, because sometimes they just want to run around the map, and sometimes they just want to stand there and attack you. And we really want them to attack us. That was good dog RNG, which we love to see. One thing we did there is we ran off to the side. So this would be an example of a non-major glitch that's allowed in the run. Is we ran to that chest, didn't open it, because if you open it, you spawn some enemies. But we run over to the chest, and then we run back to the elevator, and it makes the elevator spawn at the bottom versus waiting for the animation of the elevator to go down, which would take a lot longer. So that's one little camera manip type thing we do to try and ensure that we don't have to wait for an elevator. And there we had a dog decide to run away from us. So that would be the example of a dog not playing nice. But it's fine. We build up a little bit of ATB on the other guys and catch the dog and throw fire at it. Here we're going to do a little hopping around with Cloud to take out these soldiers instantly. We call that a hop swap. So if you hear me say the term hop swap, it basically means I'm going to go into Punisher mode at a distance from the enemy, which will make me jump at them almost like a bunny. And then we're going to swap back to operator mode, which makes Cloud do this kind of like side swing slash of his move, which is kind of a great topper for a number of like weaker enemies as a result. Here we're going to dash towards this guard here, and then we're going to basically just do a full Punisher combo. Guard did not catch completely, but that's fine. We just finish him off with a few hits. And then here we're going to do a new thing for the PS5 version of the game, the save load. Not completely new for some people, depending on the speedruns you're aware of, but we do this a number of times throughout the run to basically force characters to warp to positions that they're going to walk to sooner, or to make dialogue conversations end quicker, which is just going to allow us to progress with the story content much quicker. Here, everyone's favorite Barrett has joined the ring. Ring as if we're playing a fighting game. We'll love to see it. All right. Get through a couple of these fights really quick. We'll let Barrett finish off that mono drive. One time the AI plays nice. Barrett's big thing is he has the ability to target enemies at a range. So we do have to use them for that fight to take down the enemies, because Cloud can't really reach them. While there is jumping for flying enemies, Cloud won't really jump up towards the sentry guys. So that's why we swapped the Barrett, use his unique ability called the Overcharge, and that helps us take them out, as well as being able to then finish off the rest of the enemies on Cloud's side. Do another quick menu for some more shortcutting because we need Barrett's help with thunder, because a lot of these enemies are weak to electrical powers. All right, there we got the full combo, which almost didn't happen just because of the timing. And then right after, sorry, I was just saying, hard to describe all the methods in a fight while it's happening. Let's do another save load here so we can get that door to open quickly without having to wait for Jesse to run to it. So normally Jesse runs to this door and then the door opens after a few seconds, but save loading just makes the door open automatically. Yeah, the game there taught us about the idea of staggering and pressuring enemies, which is a big part of the damage and plans we have, because by pressuring an enemy and then thus staggering them, you will deal increased damage, and in some cases it will stop them from doing certain actions. It will just allow you to get through a fight a lot quicker and not have to chase them around the field as much. So with the sweeper, we aim to basically just do a full combo with Cloud, which will pressure them at the end of the combo, and then a focus thrust, because focus named abilities build the highest amount of stagger or pressure, and so we use that to instantly stagger the sweeper, hit him with some lightning from Barrett, and then the fight's pretty much over. And then here we coming up on the first fight, already like 5.5 minutes into the run. Things move quick in this game, and then they move slow, and then they move quick again. I'm gonna try and talk about this fight when I can. Like I said, admittedly, it's just one of those fights that it's hard to talk about as things are happening, because we're gonna go quick here. So phase one, we're gonna basically aim to get Cloud a stagger. So the point of phase one is to deal damage, but we need Cloud to stagger the boss because we need a limit break by the end of the fight. We also want to be berserked, be able to throw this fire spell to break the boss's shield, so we can try and make him hop to the wall here. We do a little bit of shooting with Barrett. All right, we did not get the infamous double bubble, as remake runners will know about, where the boss will put his shield up a second time. Haven't figured out the full science of why it happens. It's just something that does. And oh, we got the quick, hey, there we go. We got the animation cancel. Very tight timing on that, where you cast Thunder with Barrett pretty much a fraction of a second before Cloud staggers them, so Cloud still gets the stagger. We did get that, didn't have to watch the slow animation of a stagger. On the phase three, we're gonna do a double fire, ideally in a berserk stat, so it deals a lot of damage. Swap to Barrett. He will hit him with an overcharge to build up ATB. Throw out a Thunder. Do a little bit of comboing until we get another ATB. Throw it out right as he gets the laser. Make sure Cloud hits the laser beam, because now we have limit, because last phase ends pretty much automatically. When we cross slash, that is. Alright. That's the first fight. Now we need to get out of here. Fun fact, timers in this game are a lie. They do nothing. You could stand here for the next 20 minutes and nothing will happen at zero. It will just sit on zero the whole time. Yep, if everything goes as planned, we'll body every boss. Do a couple hop swaps here to take out the mono drive, so that way they don't fly away from us. Don't want to let a mono drive sit for too long, because they will try and fly away and just be very dodgy. Which chasing them down is never fun.
You okay?
You could say it's shocking. Actually, I should have waited for that joke when we got to the shock troopers. Then it would make more sense. Really? I could have sworn I've done that. I've done it before, and nothing happens when the timer runs out. You sure we're not talking about OG 7?
We're running out of time. Shut up and Clyde. You're not helping. Sorry.
One thing we're going to do here, you'll see me do throughout the run, is a bit of a camera trick where we know where the game wants us to look at because of the nature of just running the game and like how cinematic it is. So we will turn the camera preemptively in a specific direction just to make sure that we can not wait. Basically what happens, as I'm trying to explain it, is the game's cinematic and the game wants you to focus on the dialogue or a character at a specific time. So the game will make you look at Barrett where he is, and so if you're not already looking at him, you lose maybe a couple seconds as the game readjusts the camera. So it's like maybe a 2-second time loss or something. It can just mess up your character's like momentum. So we will turn the camera a bunch of times. Looks like we got good shock trooper. So that shock trooper will not always chase you, which is what we want, because we're going to do a little trick here and warp Barrett upstairs to us. Though it looks like the shock trooper didn't fully follow us, but it's fine. We'll just take him out here, and then that should end the fight. Yeah, we do a little bit of an in-game trick there where if you are in a combat zone and your teammate is not in a combat zone and you swap to them, they will warp to you within your combat zone. So if you're both in combat zones, the game will just switch between them as it does in a traditional fight you might see. But if they are not in combat zones and you're in a combat zone, the character will swap back to you. And so that's why Barrett will go from the bottom, warped all the way to the top, so he can help us take out those turrets while Kyle deals with the shock trooper. That's why the RNG is there of the shock trooper fight, because the shock trooper may not follow you. Like, he kind of started to follow me, but as you saw there, he decided to do something different and go the other direction. So it wasn't like a completely good RNG situation, but it was still a worthwhile one because he followed us enough. Because sometimes he does get stuck down there and it just becomes really awkward. Not much of a blindfold player myself, no matter how much I run this game, and could probably do a chunk of it without looking at the screen. One's a little different, but the Hell House fight should be fun anyway because we do some cool stuff. I could probably do this bit because of the amount of times we do chapter 1, but I've never tried it.
Stand back then. I'll set the bomb.
Can't wait to see you, Marley.
Can't wait to take a hot shower.
She's good.
So chapter 2 starts off a little slow, but then things pick up. The real slow part begins in the next chapter. That's one thing I like about this run. It's not like a 5.5-ish hour, 5 hour, 15-minute run of just non-stop like button pushing, menuing, running around. Thankfully there are a handful of breaks that amount anywhere from 1 minute to 3 minutes long. To honestly just slow walking moments, or moments where you can kind of play it brain dead because you're just really moving a character and getting through dialogue and stuff. So it helps keep the run not too demanding on your hands. We skip all tutorials because they are massive time losses. So again, gonna face the camera towards here to avoid getting forced into kind of a stop. And then coming up is gonna be a kind of a unique thing that Integrate has. And we're gonna try and get what we call Cephy skip. So I'm gonna actually I'm going to go into the menu, change the game to graphics mode to lower the frames to 30 FPS. And then we're gonna skip this cutscene. We're gonna hope Sephiroth is not directly in front of us. And I don't see him, so we might have it, but we don't know for sure until we turn the corner. Sometimes he likes to come out of the side there to the left, but we call this the Cephy skip. So due to the frame adjustment on that screen, it seems the game can't keep up. So he spawns late, and he's actually going to be behind us. But because we're ahead of him and he moves slow, as long as we're consistently moving, he won't get ahead of us. And no Sephiroth, so we did get Cephy skip. So let's go ahead and switch the game back to performance because we need that sweet 60 FPS. But doing this will save 18 seconds because what normally happens here is Sephiroth's in front of you. You're slow walking after him. You turn the corner here, and he will have a headache and kind of stagger a bit. So Cloud stops moving. So that eats up a little bit of time. And then we turn the corner again. And normally on this screen here, we also have to slow walk, but instead he kind of jogs. So that combined leads to about like 18 seconds of time save. Yeah, correct. Fans of the original will be happy to know he's not there anymore. So if you watch the cutscenes, it might prove wrong a little bit. It only works if you don't watch the cutscenes. Play all games brain dead.
Man,
Yeah, me too.
a mess.
The reactor. It just.
A little bit more moving around, but coming up in this next section to kind of briefly touch on it before I have to focus on it, is the fountain fight. So the fountain fight's important because there's another almost 20 seconds of time save, or like 10-15 seconds of time save. I've actually forgotten how much, but we have to basically take out, like, I think it's like six or seven enemies in the span of like 23 seconds once we get close to the fountain. Not this first part here doesn't count. The timer doesn't begin until we actually get close to the fountain square. So it's thankfully doesn't include this, but right about here is where it starts. So we just got to get through these fights. Okay, we kept the dog mostly contained. And so then we got to get through the soldiers here. Oh God. We got it. Okay. So if you hear troopers on standby, it means you got this. You got it. Because what's going to happen here is the shock troopers are going to spawn right away versus you having to wait for them to spawn. So there's another kind of 10-ish second time save right there. And so from here, we just got to deal with the shock troopers. Want to counter both of them, so the fire will kill them because they'll be on top of each other thanks to splash damage. Here we're going to jump in, do a hop swap, do a focus thrust, and then we're going to go over here and do a cleave. And then that will kill both of them, and the fountain is done. But that was kind of a perfect fountain, actually.
But the rooftops look clear.
And then the camera angle threw me off there. Yeah, we also did a thing called so you might hear me refer to a move as a cleave. So the cleave is where Cloud is in operator mode. And when he is, when you go to attack an enemy, you push square and you proceed to hold it for a few seconds. Cloud will do this kind of like wide swing move that covers a wide area. And so we use that on a few enemies, just one, because it helps attack multiple enemies. It's a great source of defeating weaker enemies like grenadiers and like the lower class soldiers. Here we're actually going to flee from everything. Don't want to attack the riot guys because people with shields, if you hit them in the front, you will bounce off of them and just kind of interrupt pretty much any move you try to do here. And here we're going to try and do the... All right, we got the cleave on both of them. It just gets us a little bit more experience for later. Gonna dash in, interrupt the attack so we can just get a little bit closer but not hit the shield guy. Always looking at the ladders. And then coming up will be kind of the boss of this chapter. Not like a real boss, just like a powered enemy called the Huntsman. We want to do that to the Grenadier, wait to counter the riot guy, or counter somebody. We're gonna fire the Huntsman, and then we're gonna go in. Oh, gotta interrupt ourselves because the riot person is coming to attack. And then we're just going to throw two fires. Finish this fight. And that is that fight.
A lot of people here.
And in the freight car too.
Here I'm gonna try and get something that I haven't gotten in ages, the infamous big skip. The skip is very hard to get on PS5. It's where you push in front of Biggs and the character walking faster than you will push you quicker. And I've gotten it like one time because on PS5 they made Biggs's shoulders more broader for some reason. They also added this weird thing where you have to go to the left to cut between those characters. Those two people that Biggs passes, for some reason on Intergrade, kind of like here where the bodies of the character didn't quite push out of the way from Cloud.
Please.
But yeah, on Integrate, for some reason, Biggs not only has a bigger hitbox, so you can't really get around him, but the first two passengers will like just straight up block you. So you do have to kind of smooth to the left a little bit to avoid like kind of an awkward run in. And after we talk to Jesse, it's the end of chapter 2. Only 16 more chapters to go. I promise they're going to get longer. Especially chapter 8, 9, and 17, and 13. Here we are, where we get kind of our own little break here, because most of this chapter is just a lot of running around and interacting with people, like a handful of fights before things pick up again in chapter 4.
And you, Jesse?
I don't know. Figure out how I screwed up?
You're such a kidder.
One thing we can kind of talk about now, just to kind of get it out of the way for later, is so one of the most important parts of the speedrun, well, for combat in general, it's being able to get ATB. And in the game, there is a materia called First Strike. If you're familiar with probably a lot of RPGs, First Strike is usually a materia that's going to allow you to, well, take your actions first. And so in the world of VII Remake, the way it works is you will start with an increased bar of ATB. And as the material levels up, your amount of ATB you start with will increase to where at level 3 you could literally start a fight with 2 bars of ATB or bar and a half or whatever.
How was it up on the
And so it's important to get that because fights from chapter 5 and on just don't quite work. Don't worry, we play darts later
I won't do it again.
when the game makes you play it. It's part of the story.
I'll try not to.
Happy to help stick it to Shinra.
So with the First Strike materia, to acquire it, it's got a bit of a tricky mission. So we'll meet a character here in a little bit named Chadley. He's a new character for the Remake series, an original character for this iteration of the game. And what he does is, to add gameplay, he gives you special missions or things to do. There'll be things like kill a certain number of enemies a certain way, or like one of the ones we are doing or will be doing is the get wind materia. And to get wind materia, we have to hit 3 enemies with three weaknesses. So we have to hit a human enemy with fire, which we've done. We have to hit a machine enemy with lightning, which we've done. And we have to hit a beast enemy with ice, which we've not done, but we will do shortly. And that will get us the wind materia. But the First Strike materia requires you to acquire a bar of ATB 10 times while performing unique actions. Now, I'll be honest, the game's description of it is a little unclear and fairly confusing, and watching people play this casually, and even myself casually, it's not something that like you may get as early as the game allows you, and something you might get much further into the game depending on your play style. But what it basically means is, and mind you, we have no way to know this until the game tells us about this, is we have to basically use either Barrett's Overcharge, Cloud's Punisher mode, and it would count basic hits in Punisher mode. So it's basically just hit triangle and attack with Cloud. Or when we get a chance to use Tifa's uppercut. And the point is we have to stagger an enemy. They must be staggered. And then you have to build a bar of ATB. So you can't have the bar already. So if you have 2 bars of ATB, it's not going to help you. And you also have to be careful of passive ATB game, which is a thing. And sadly, sometimes it kind of works out the way and you want to account for it. And so what we've been doing with some of the strats up to this point is we should have acquired a couple, we call them ticks, a couple of ticks towards the First Strike materia. The average runner will usually be around 6 or 7 when the mission is finally given to us, the intel is finally given to us. And I'll point out when we get to that point, when they're going to show us what number we're at. Some runners do have strats that have them get up to 10 already because they want the First Strike materia that early. But most of the time it's something you finish off with the remainder of the fights, because the final time that you need that materia is at the end of chapter 4. You need it going into chapter 5 because you won't be able to get it until like chapter 8 at that point. All right, here we buy our first piece of materia, or really our first shop.
See you around, okay? And let us know when you're
Give us one or two things you know about this game.
straight from the blip. He's a
Pretty sure it's a pretty popular thing.
Well,
Pretty popular person for this game.
our next stop,
Just met her.
then you know what to expect. Remember, she's a good friend.
Can't help but take a little pleasure in their panic.
But yeah, that's the staggering effect thing. It's very
Nothing to report. Maintaining surveillance.
doesn't mean you can't finish the run. It does make all the strats very challenging, and arguably if you're running like the normal category, probably very challenging to where honestly you may as well just reset the run, because
Thanks.
I mean it's what, the first hour of the run, like, you know, you've got a lot more time. You know, don't put yourself in that stressful situation of trying to do it without first strike,
Marl's great. She helps
because
get
if you get it
started.
later you won't have as much AP on it, and then it won't be as level, and it just makes all the strats a lot more awkward to perform.
Never mind that. We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapons store.
Um, So here we're just running some errands, basically changing water filters, and collecting money for Cloud.
All right.
The hell?
My
So just doing some errands.
Pretty.
Thank you very much. Seeing as we're done.
Well, don't really know.
In that case, if you're serious, it's not what you. Yep.
How do I start? Yeah, okay.
Didn't see anybody at the office. So let's head up.
One time in the PS4 version of this game, when I went to go talk to the weapon shop owner, it was a pretty funny clip, but somehow Tifa's character glitched, and she actually was trying to climb the ladder that we just passed a moment ago, that I'm going to actually climb down here in a second. It was the weirdest thing, because every time they cut to her in that dialogue scene, she was awkwardly trying to climb and get off the ladder, climb and get off the ladder over and over again. And then she met me at the top afterwards when I went to catch up with her. Only ever seen it one time, but it was a pretty funny moment.
Past the barricade's supposed to keep the monsters out. Anyway, we should prepare just in case.
All right, so Biggs has asked us to go clean out some monsters. Yeah, she's doing her exercise. We've been asked to go clean out some monsters.
I can see.
So we're coming to Scrap Boulevard.
And the more
Here we're going to pick up our ice materia. And so we're going to do a quick menu just to get a couple things equipped to us. Now, first we need to put the iron bangle we picked up, and then we add ice and deadly dodge.
and there's our first challenger. Show me what you got, Cloud.
Need a light.
Here we're going to take out some gorgers. These enemies are generally pretty weak. You do have to be careful of the gorgers because they will try to use a move on you called Feast, which will bound you for a few seconds. Does kind of throw off the fight when that happens. And then we're going to throw a blizzard at the rat so we can get credit for the elemental move. Now we've done 3 elements with 3 weaknesses. And then we get the rats. So we use the deadly dodge materia because what it does is not only does it have a kind of a wide AoE effect, it's also got a bit of a vacuum effect to it. And that kind of worked out. Normally go for a cleave there, but I forgot to hold the button and he went for sickle strike. So I was like, well, let me just counter. So fight ends up about the same. But yeah, deadly dodge is a pretty handy materia for not only like hitting multiple enemies at one time, because the more enemies you hit, the more ATB you gain. So it's handy in a number of strats to hit multiple enemies at once to help get Cloud ATB, but it also the vacuuming effect, because depending on the fight, you know, we want that effect because it will not only kill possibly a couple enemies in one attack to save on the need to like jump between them, but also because yeah, just group them up, and then you can use something like fire, which has very small like blast, like radius, like AoE radius damage to it. And so the closer enemies are together, the more likely fire will hit all of them.
Don't be a straight.
Since you've got yourself a new weapon, let's come on.
Who?
The guy who tracks.
Where's he at?
Oh, he should be back at the office by now.
Yeah, more errand running. Now we're gonna, because you know the game is also trying to teach us more about the gameplay. You know, for people who don't speedrun video games.
Thanks.
So you know, we're talking to this guy. He tells us about odd jobs. Here's where we meet Chadley. on how he's like an intern, and he, you know, is giving us a quest to kind of assess like 2 creatures. So what we're gonna do here is this is gonna be pretty much the only side quest we actually do in the run. The point of this quest is to basically use the assessment area on 2 enemies, and that's pretty much it. And so it is the easier thing to do ultimately when it comes to like the side quest options that we have at this point. And so that's why we choose to do this quest, because the other ones are like you have to kill like a rat, but then you have to like do multiple things to trigger it. This one's kind of like just put the material on, and looks like we unfortunately got up. Nope, they spawned right on top of us.
Worked up a good
All right, unfortunately we did kill the rat. So what happens there is sometimes the enemies won't spawn. So they originally didn't spawn, and as you saw, I kind of had to improvise, but they spawn on top of us. But we did unfortunately kill the rat and the gorger, so now we have to take a slightly slower occurrence where we are going to group them up, or we basically, this is where the next set of rats are. And so we've come over here, so we've assessed the two enemies. Now we just need to get out of these fights. And we're now out of the fight. All right, cool.
Sure thing, Coach.
So not the quickest iteration of the fight, but sometimes that's just the nature of it. Sometimes, you know, they just don't spawn. So you have to kind of do that anyway, or awkwardly run around and wait for them to spawn. And sometimes the enemies die too quick and you don't have the ATB to cast assess, or Tifa goes ham and punches everybody to death. So just kind of knowing what your backup is. While you lose time, you gain more experience in AP, so it's got kind of its like trade-off where it's not like the worst outcome if you have to hunt down the enemies, because then you may level up quicker and then gain AP quicker, and it'll just help with other things. But after we talked to Chadley there, it was only on screen for very brief, but on the right side of the screen it did say staggering effect part 1, and then it was like 8 out of 10. So it looks like we got 8 out of 10. So we should be good, because honestly, with the strats that I'm gonna do on the on this next fight and a couple fights in chapter 4, the likelihood of me getting through like the next like 6 or 7 encounters by the end of chapter 4 to not get 2 ticks into staggering effect would be more impressive than me getting the 2 ticks. Here we're gonna save Johnny. He's not a new character. He was in the original Final Fantasy VII, but they've given him a bit of a bigger role within the scope of this game. He's just kind of a resident of Sector 7 who's like in love with Tifa, or is infatuated with Tifa. And so apparently we or not us specifically, but Jesse took his ID card, and so he got logged as accessing the Shinra installation, so we have to actually save him before he possibly rats us out. So that's why we're going to deal with these guards, so we can save him and save our butts from being ratted out by Johnny. Oh, and also to make sure Johnny doesn't die too. All right. Fight went well. The triple slash was a little bit further, so we had to slow walk there, so that was cool. They made up the ID card thing, I'm pretty sure. I mean, maybe. I mean, Johnny is kind of annoying, so I wouldn't blame them for just wanting to take him out.
I suppose
It's the Mako.
so. What do you want to do now? Head back to the bar?
But all right, we now feel pretty tired, pretty bushwhacked from everything we just went through. So we figured it's time to maybe take a load off. Not a Woody anytime.
And here
Same as you.
could use a little. How about a?
Tifa.
Yeah. Hey. I see. In that case, one.
All right, here we see one of the game's mechanics to like lets you know, like, hey, if you continue with the story at this point, then you're not going to possibly be able to do some things. Now we're going to play darts, like we talked about earlier. So you're going to see some amazing dart skills here. I promise you, it's going to be the best thing you've ever seen. And that's darts. Thank you very much. We've got a perfect score. Thank you. Thank you. We won. I played darts. I promise you. It was just that fast, though. It was just that quick.
That hit the spot.
What's up with them?
I'm gonna check on these Corneo goons. So we're gonna actually bump into them and then talk to them at the same time we bump into them. Because if we just walk up to them and talk to them, we have to wait a few seconds while they turn around and look at us. Because this game's very big on the idea that you must be facing the person you're talking to before a line of dialogue or interaction may begin. Here we made sure at the very beginning that we snuck in front of this guy, because the way the game is coded, NPCs that are leading us somewhere are aimed to be moving faster than we are. So normally what would happen here is you would be behind this guy and you're following him, but because we snuck in front of him, he's been helping push us along so we can move quicker, because this is about as fast as we can walk during sections like this. Now coming up on one of the most RNG fights, the hoodlum fight. We have no idea what's going to happen here. Oh my god, are we getting the infamous 4? We got the wombo combo, baby! We got 4-for-1 special. That is rare. You almost never see that. I will take the 4-for-1.
Lesson 1 for life.
That is super rare. That fight tends to be the bane of most people's existence, because the hoodlums will just kind of run off in multiple directions all on their own. Like, they all don't necessarily move in a way that the vacuum effect of DD or deadly dodge will actually catch them. So that actually worked out. They actually all kind of grouped up in just the right way that we kept them together. And honestly, I probably could have threw the fire a little bit sooner, because we had the materia, or we had the ATB after the first attempt. But hey, I'll take it. Get us out of that fight quicker. And on to the Blake mini game. So chapter 4 here is pretty much all original content from the OG game. Jesse has asked us to help her go get basically go get some explosives that we need for the next reactor raid. And so we are snuck out at night. Biggs and Wedge have decided to join us, and so we are on our way to deal with it. I'm gonna probably quiet up for a little bit here, because there's a lot of very specific timing windows for some of these fights to make sure we get them as quickly as possible, and then we'll go from there. I did it slightly too early. All right, we just messed up the time save there. Okay, so a little bit rusty. I took like a month off. I took like a year off from running this game, so I'm still getting back to my original play style. But what happened there was, because we didn't kill those two guys quick enough, we ended up losing about, I think it's like 8 or 10 seconds, because Jesse has to say a bunch of lines of dialogue, and so we had to sit through those lines of dialogue, where if we killed those two soldiers right away with the spin slash, we would not have had to listen to dialogue. So now we're going to aim to get another kind of time save here, and that's going to be getting what's called early Roche. So we're going to want to get through this fight as quickly as possible. Timing can be a little bit awkward because of the way these guys work, and if you damage them too much. All right, took one out. Okay, we took them both out. And now we got to take out 4 blast rays, or not blast rays, shock rays, or slug rays. All right, we attack after the second one passes. All right, so the goal here is we need to kill these 2 slug rays. All right, we unfortunately will not be getting early Roche because the timing did not work out. So sadly, all the good time saves in the bike section we have unfortunately messed up. But it's fine, not the end of the world. So yeah, the pattern of the slug rays just did not play in our favor there. So that's another thing called the early Roche. And so what happens is we want to, if we take out those slug rays shortly after that tunnel that we pass through.
Soldier en route. HQ saying he must be 2 minutes out. Copy. Think it's him?
Oh, I really messed that up. Yeah, the bike section is right now, with my return to this game, probably one of my weaker sections that I've been trying to really work on. Oh, I did that so bad. No worries. If I get Jesse Kiss, I'll show it. I'll be honest with you, I'm kind of throwing the bike section a little bit. Yeah, you mean the section that you can just skip? We'll have to wait till we get past the tunnel before the game will move us forward. So yeah, bike section could have been, this section could have been better. It's just one of those sections where it takes a lot of practice, and I mean sometimes you can't control kind of the outcome. Like, it's consistent to a T, but there's still a fair amount of inconsistencies. All right, so we got 3 of them, so that one worked out. All right, and then it's about time to fight our boss battle against Roche. Yeah, there were 2 optimal time saves that we were going for. Unfortunately, we just didn't stick the landing on the slug ray patterns. Just didn't play nice, because if they do that move where they pull away from you, and after they pull away from you, they try to shoot you with their electro, like, laser wave. You can never catch up to them until that move is over. So if they do that move, you can't really catch up to them and take them out, unfortunately. Alright, so the goal of the Roche fight here is we need to take him out, ideally before he finishes this big old monologue of his. Because on easy, we do enough damage that we can actually skip.
You passed the test. The residential area is just beyond this gate. Mind doing the honors?
Okay, let's head in. Cloud, you know what to do. Why don't you wait around the corner over there?
Okay.
It's a shame you won't get to try the Midgar special. You would have really liked it.
Sorry about dropping in like that.
Legendary Midgar special. Fantastic as always, Mrs. R.
My dad. He was a maintenance supervisor at the reactor.
Extra just for you.
Hello?
Thanks.
I don't know if it's working now. Okay, how long have y'all not been able to hear me?
Careful, it's hot.
Like 3 minutes. Okay, cool. Y'all missed all the Yeah, and I saw the. I poked in the Discord. I saw. Yeah, it looked like it's falling apart right now.
Mission accomplished. Jesse's dad.
Discord is discording. Oh, I'm glad I got the mic up so we can still kind of come through if it's not coming through on through the Discord feed, so we at least got audio. Yeah, right. It's gonna happen during the long run. I will say, so the TLDR, if it's been 3 minutes, is that the bike section was not as pretty as it should have been in terms of execution, but sometimes it's just like that. Yeah, here we've infiltrated Jesse's house, stolen a key card. I say my dog gets excited sometimes.
It's not something you... Oh, well,
He's serious.
not my problem. This guy.
Hey, it's the
So
one Jesse was talking
Jessie
about.
has stayed behind to talk with her parents or mom because her dad's in a coma. But while the three of us are going to infiltrate this base with a key card from her dad to collect what we need. And so first we're going to do a little bit of a shopping trip, buy a couple of accessories, one for magic, one for physical damage, and then 2 lightning materials because we now need lightning magic because we're going to need all the magic we can get because magic is very powerful in this game, especially used by Cloud and Aerith.
Guess there's a training center too.
All right, so we got a little bit of a menu here. Put some things on. All right, lightning. Only summon we'll get for the entire run. We only get Ifrit because it's given to us. All the other ones you have to do side quests or VR missions. It's just totally not feasible at all in the run.
There's no better... Okay. Let's...
Yeah, you know, she's actually an MVP. She is an MVP. You'll see when the time comes. But Aerith's strong. Aerith's very powerful, and so is Tifa. Tifa and Aerith are huge MVPs for chunks of the run. All right, but here we've got our annex fights. Basically, Cloud's trying to create a distraction. Oh, this one lived apparently. So basically, Cloud's trying to keep a distraction going. Here we go. Got through the first fight, just a bunch of triple slashes and deadly dodges. Idea is to leave that fight with 2 bars of ATB, so that way we can get basically instant kill those two enemies with fire moves. Here we're gonna stand near this guy to combo to kill him, and then we fire that guy to take him out. Yeah, it's gonna be 3 parts. February 29th, y'all. Can't wait for the next part. All right, here we're going to throw a grenade. Well, I've got 9 grenades on dog C. Throwing grenade on dog C will stagger every dog, and then we just counter the attacking dogs and then do a triple slash, and they're all down. And we're going to come this way. We're going to invoke the movement of this sweeper to go backwards into the other sweeper. Perform a berserk, slide out, do a cross slash to hit both of them. So berserk gives us basically a 30% attack boost for 3 seconds. Had a little bit more HP than I would have liked, so I may not be quite berserked. I'll be like partially berserk for this fight. It should still be enough. And the counter finishes it to get through the first fight. So one thing I hadn't talked about is occasionally you might see me stab my sword downwards with a red aura around me. That is the berserk stab of the Punisher mode, where it'll give Cloud berserk for 3 seconds. And we use that to... Really? He's not going to charge after me? Normally he'd attack sooner than that. That was actually interesting. All right. Because he's a JRPG protagonist. They all look phallic.
A lot more crowded now. Security's out in force. Just one more.
Yeah, we'll do the berserk stab in a number of places for some of our fights because I don't know, that's the logic I'm using, dude. Because 30%, a brief 30% attack boost for 3 seconds does a lot more than you would think for 3 seconds, but no, it helps. I mean, that's the main reason why that cross slash that we did with Cloud took out the sweepers practically in like 1 hit.
With a little trick I've been dying to try out.
But we've defeated Roche. We've escaped out of the annex thanks to the help of Avalanche's main branch. So now we are leaving. We're getting out of Dodge, or in this case, the top part of the plate.
Are to return to their homes and remain indoors until further notice. They're ramping up for something. For your safety.
So we've got what we've come for. It's now time to get back and get ready for tomorrow, where Cloud will go on with his day and Cloud will go on with his life, and Jesse, Biggs, Wedge, and Barrett will head to Reactor 5.
Right. This is it. Through here and we're home free.
Where exactly are we going?
But we've got our staggering effects, so once we get through the next 2 fights, we'll be able to talk to Chadley and get our first strike material.
Yeah, me too. For your dad's sake. Hey, what the hell, man?
Cloud was just saying how he hopes
Bell-shaped head.
Our special next time.
Really, huh? Cloud said that?
Sure did. Wants a whole pie to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Really? Well, okay then. Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time too.
That'd be awesome.
Super duper awesome. So one of the nicest things about the PS5 version / PC version of this game is how much faster the loads are.
Biggs made it back
In the
today.
PS4 version of this run, that load that we just did
We'll pass by their place.
took like 30 seconds on the PS4 version. Maybe even longer. I can't even remember. I haven't run the PS4 version so long, but some of these loads were just so long. You like sat there waiting like, okay, when's it gonna load? When's it gonna load? Okay, now it's loaded.
Well, this is.
Guess not.
Hope he isn't. He's got a habit.
When Wouldn't have guessed.
And when he were...
Yeah, there's like a almost a minute long load in chapter 18.
I stayed up all night thinking about the reactor bombing.
This is where Jess... Lots of...
Huh.
I'm telling you...
They know about you.
Nah, it's all a game.
Alright, so we're gonna follow around Wedge for a little bit
Stage and loves the play.
before we turn in for the night.
You know about the secret reactor jobs? Even people from the others.
I'm gonna try to find some ribbon work.
It's a fun run. I recommend it to anybody.
Aw, I missed you too. Oh, big
All right, Jesse wanted to have a word with us. We went to see Jessie for our reward. Because she had, well, the barrier material she gave us, but she also wanted to kiss us. But it was like really awkward because Cloud just wasn't into it. Time to turn in for the night. We don't side quest here in Speedrun Town. Something is afoot. These weird, mysterious creatures have appeared. Alright, we took down most of them, so now we just take out the next wave of them. So these are new for Remake. Basically, they're kind of like, I mean, if you've been watching cutscenes, you've already seen them. This is the first time where you actually like fight them. Basically, they appear to be trying to stop specific things from happening or trying to sway things to happen in a certain manner. Almost like they're controlling a timeline of events that have already happened.
Stay on your feet.
Well, yeah. Most people can't see them. Ooh, we got the infamous bound. That's cute. It's fine though. Oh, we got a double entwine. I haven't seen that in a minute. So what we're trying to do here is we need to stagger. We want to get 2 staggers so we can get a limit break basically. And then we're going to pretty much use cross slash to finish off the boss. There we go. TVA, this isn't Loki. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so for the Spectre fight there, what's tricky about that fight is you can't pressure the big guy, the enigmatic Spectre, unless you defeat a regular Spectre. So the fast strat for that fight is we basically defeat 2 Spectres. Ultimately, we just need to get staggers, but by the time you get staggers, you basically kill the Spectre. So we kill 2 Spectres to make sure that we have 2 staggers, and then we just throw a fire on the enigmatic, it'll stagger, and then you cross slash it, which will kill it in this case.
You're just getting started.
Here we do a shop to sell a bunch of things because we need a fair amount of money to actually buy the material we need, because first strike material is expensive when you buy more than one. It costs 5,000 gil, and while the money routing in general isn't tight, the money routing in the beginning is tight. And you have to sell a fair amount of things just to get over 5,000 gil. But we need not just 5,000, we need 5,200 because we need to buy 1 wind materia and both first strike materials. And so we have both of our first strike materials, and we're on the chapter 5. No, I've never noticed that.
comes the first hurdle.
Not much of one.
I know, but that doesn't mean I don't have butterflies in my stomach.
It may not be. Huh.
Hey,
Why's that?
Barrett's always on.
He'll be fine.
I've never noticed.
Thanks.
All right, we're now on our way to deal with the next reactor.
Emergency ID scan in progress.
What in the?
No way!
Emergency ID scan in progress. Lockdown protocol. This is lockdown.
You have to get to the next car.
So this is time gated. So as long as we finish it before 2 minutes and I think it's like 39 seconds, then we don't lose any time. So there's some wiggle room for that fight, but you still want to move quickly. Now we gotta find Barrett. I'm level 12, but at this point I'm not going to worry about doing the menu or the first strike materia, because there's only technically one fight before Barrett joins us, so it's not really worth the extra menu. So here we're just going to flee from this fight because we don't actually need to fight it, though we do sort of kill a couple of them just for the extra experience. We're going to kind of wait here for the fight to end while not in. And we're going to do a potion lag. So that grenade was completely unexpected, but what we did there was we had Tifa cast potions, which makes her stand in place, and we're run away from her, because what happens is when she gets close to this point, as you can see the game is making me look over there, it makes you slow walk. So by potion lagging her, it allows us to get to these stairs much quicker than it intends for us to do it. So that's something we do a couple times, is we might lag a character with potions because they won't move while they're casting said potions. And then here we warp to Barrett, who is still way back here, and then change to Tifa, who will warp to us, thus ending the fight almost instantaneously. Here we're going to do our menu. So while we let the game upgrade the weapons for us, there is actually like meticulous planning that's gone into doing. Our menuing and talking is not my strong suit. All right, as I was saying. So while you saw me do our first weapon upgrades there, and we waited till this long because the auto upgrade system has a very specific way of upgrading items based on your available specialty points. And so what has been thought out meticulously and routed very specifically is a very specific window of time or moments in time when we are going to menu weapon upgrades. So we waited until level 12 to do this menu because it's going to give Cloud the most attack power on his iron blade, or most magic attack power on his iron blade. But then we switched it back to manual so we can avoid getting a useless node in the auto upgrade the next time he levels up. So you'll see me do that a few times where we'll upgrade a weapon and then either leave it on what it's on, or we'll switch it to a manual state, so that way the game won't upgrade that weapon until we tell it to the next time, so we can min-max all the attack and magic power that we need to get as pretty much high a damage threshold as we need for the entirety of the run, so we can get max DPS output. So here we're just fleeing and kind of doing a couple drive-by kills using things like thunder or dive kick, just to get a couple extra experience points here and there. At this point we've got 3 party members, so there's just going to be a lot of like where you'll see control one character, have one character do something while another character does something else. So here we'll have like Cloud and Barrett do this. Tifa unfortunately had bad ATB rolls. That led to a slightly awkward fight there. So yeah, sometimes with ATB rolls, they're low and it does throw off some of the strats, but you just kind of adjust from it. I shielded up, so they're going to take less damage. It's fine.
Deal with that.
All right, and there we get another limit break to go for the kill on the gas streak. There's a lot of health, and cross slash will just really take him out. Plus, the enemy likes to hop around. And then with Barrett there, not that I was trying to hit anybody, I fired off the focus shot because one thing I've really talked about is weapon proficiency. And so every weapon has an ability on it, and to use that ability forever across any weapon you have equipped, you have to get proficient at it. And to increase your proficiency, you use the ability, which will gain you 10 points. And then sometimes, if you do a specific behavior, then what will happen there? Wait for them to kill. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, basically what you're waiting to need to do is you need to learn the ability, because some of these weapons we're not going to use for the entirety of the run. So like Barrett gets 2 weapons in the whole run. He gets a Gatling gun, and he gets the weapon given to us at the end of chapter 6, the light machine gun. He's going to pretty much use the light machine gun for most of the run after we get it, but we need the focus shot ability, because focus shot is a really good ability for building stagger or pressure on an enemy, just like focus thrust is. And it's just a super helpful ability to have. And so we need to learn that ability by near the end of chapter 7. And with that, we have to get proficiency. The problem is getting proficiency on Gatling gun is challenging, because you have to use focus shot to stagger an enemy for the proficiency bonus. So in some fights, we may just fire off a random focus shot, or just use a focus shot randomly, just to help build that proficiency a little bit more and more and such.
This way. Where you going? Get him! You guys aren't going to get away this time.
Here we're going to focus on the 2 turrets, or not quite, because I targeted the wrong one, so we'll do things slightly differently. Targeting is your friend, people. Yeah, we went for a slightly different strat. Do need to be mindful of how much MP Cloud has, though, because I think that actually, yeah, that does kind of mess with his MP, though, because I need 20 for the next fight. Hopefully I have an ether I can spare. And I've got 2 ethers. It's not ideal, but it happens, because we need 20 MP for this next boss fight against the Crab Warden. So the Crab Warden's big gimmick is that to really hurt the boss, you have to like break parts of it off, which will like stagger the main body and make the generator appear. So from here, we're gonna basically attack this foot, do a full combo, and then hit it with lightning, which will then kill it. And then we're going to kind of do a full combo on this foot, but we're not gonna quite defeat it. And then we're going to thunder the other leg to weaken it, because the goal here is we want to weaken a front leg and a back leg, so when we get into phase 2, we can pretty much finish phase 2 almost immediately, because we're going to pretty much blow up that leg right away. You'll see, bam. So from here, we're going to just build ATB by targeting the generator. And we're going to swap the Tifa for the final phase, because now Barrett's going to take out the last leg, essentially.
Could be a system error.
Or I'll have Tifa punch it. And there it is. Yeah, sometimes Barrett might damage roll.
So, you bump into any giant robots like that in Reactor 1?
Yeah, except the bastard looked like a scorpion. Speaking of which, what would you say that last one looked like?
Yeah, that fight can be tricky, because if you don't...
Low in the hole.
Okay, I will join when I can. Gotta figure out where the best opportunity is. Or if I can naggle it in the middle of other things.
Nothing but air below us.
Shut up and move.
Just don't look down, okay?
Easy for you to say.
Hello, hello?
Section G's through here, huh?
Am I back on stream?
You see something over there?
Maybe the gate didn't budge because there's not enough power to spare.
Gotta figure this
Okay,
out.
cool. I was like, somebody in chat, throw me a hell yeah. No, I'm kidding. Just let me know if you can hear me.
Hey guys, instructions for
Kill the lights?
sun lamp, the closest thing.
Gotta put out a...
But if we go through,
Cool. Here we are in chapter 6. Another somewhat original moment or part of the game, or expanded on section, if you will, as we journey to the next reactor. We gotta climb across this kind of rooftop of sun lamps that create this like
that's gotta be
fake sky for the people in the slums.
the size of it.
That a console I see near the top of that ladder. Hey,
So essentially the main point of this chapter is we're basically just going from lamp to lamp, redirecting power to activate like elevators and moving platforms and doors and stuff, so we can actually like get to the end where the like reactor entrance is. So this chapter has no boss fight. It is just basically a bunch of encounters, a lot of which we run from. Only really fight the ones that we have to. And so what we do is we swap the Tifa and we do this kind of like punch dodge roll thing, because it gains the most ground that we need.
Monsters sure seem to like it. What's up with that?
it's like in the tunnels. They get twisted by the Mako, but it all goes back to shit.
Hey, let's take a moment to get our bearings.
We're still in.
Yeah, and
Okay.
unfortunately,
Well,
Go for 10.
Yeah, Crab Warden was always an interesting fight. Not so much as easy, but like on normal. That fight is a big run killer for the normal category, because on normal
keeping the...
you have to break two parts of the Crab Warden to actually stagger it. So what ends up happening is you break like 2 legs in phase 1, you break 2 legs in phase 2, and then these like weapons pop out of the side of it, and then you have to break those weapons. So it's a much more in your face fight that doesn't transition from phase to phase as quickly, since you can't necessarily, I mean, you can kind of prep, but you have a higher risk of over damaging and breaking a leg accidentally, because that's one of the big pain points of the Crab Warden fight. Is if you do too much damage and you break a leg before you're supposed to, it can really throw off the pacing of the fight.
Hey, guys.
You chickening out?
Hell no. I'm just worried.
enough.
Okay, then. Follow me. No worse than a windy day, huh?
One with a tornado warning, maybe. Don't look at the fan. Whatever you do.
Right.
So casually speaking, this chapter probably felt kind of slow, or you kind of felt like you got lost. Say bye-bye to the material we'll never pick up.
Tifa told you not to look at the fan.
But thankfully in the speedrun, because we know exactly where we're going and like the most optimal way to do things, the chapter is actually barely 12 minutes long.
Made it through in one piece.
Think that took a couple
And that's if you count like after the crab warden fight
not really. Couple seconds maybe.
to like the end of this chapter.
Section H is just up ahead. Slow and steady, guys.
And that's our objective?
The cargo platform? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
By the light of these magnificent lamps, we shall lead our brothers and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter future.
Say what?
It's from a speech President Shinra gave, talking up the importance of the sun lamps.
These nuts down a one-way path to darkness and death.
Need a breather.
Need my help. Don't look down. This is about to get real.
And we learned focus shot. All right, we're good on focus shot at this point. Whoop, up, auto run. Auto run is the enemy. So it's recommended. So you can auto run by pushing in L3. It is recommended not to use auto run for pretty much reasons showcased, because it becomes very awkward to stop and interact with things.
Yeah, lined it up perfect.
Generally want to run holding just R2 or R1, whichever the runner prefers.
Makes sense of this place. We're gonna get lost.
Well, at least we know where the big ass things are.
Okay, more combat fleeing. So we activate the next lamp. Like I said, it's just lamp to lamp to lamp.
This a hole, right?
Got the Sector 4 slums down there?
And we're only doing the fights that we have to. Because in this game, you have to not be in combat to interact with things. So if you're in the middle of a fight and there's like a ladder or a door or a console, the game won't let you actually interact with said thing until everything is all said and done. Same thing kind of here. Tifa unfortunately had bad ATB rolls, so she didn't get a chance to thunder something off. Totally fine. These like little pot shots I'm taking, they're not like necessities. Like you don't have to do them. They just help with a little bit of extra experience and AP gain, just to make sure things like your fire materia, well, more your thunder materia and your first strike materia hit ideally level their second levels before you fight Airbuster at the end of chapter 7. If you know you're on good pace, then there'll be a fight, the last fight before Airbuster, you will level up your first strike materia.
Buzz on. Going in. Finish it. You're down.
Stay down, asshole.
Let's go.
Ain't no thing.
On my way, everybody. All right, and that is the last lamp. So now it's time to head to the main platform.
I hope that Jessie's injury isn't gonna
We can finally get over to the entrance to the next reactor.
Shinra ass in her stead.
I know. And Cloud's got a cover for Wedge, too.
When do we link up with Bates?
Soon enough. Don't you worry.
He knew we might be late, so he came up with a few ways to kill time.
We ought to reach him long before he dies aboard.
And we're back at the cargo platform.
Get ready, Mako Reactor 5. We're coming.
Auxiliary. Cargo platform.
Oh, Bear, we ain't got no time.
Wonder what the reaction.
Gotta get out of this reactor.
No. Dismal. A slaughterhouse where they butcher the planet. Then there's the smell. The Mako. Be ready for it.
Right.
All right, I gotta briefly pause the game when I can actually open the menu here in a little bit.
Back in the nut saying. Bring it on, Avalanche.
Get Bear some weapon upgrades. Oh, that was definitely the wrong ability. All right, let's try that again.
You're done.
Come on, you got this.
Taking over. All right. There. You're mine.
All right, small little mishap, but that's fine.
Be waiting for us up ahead.
He's probably worried sick about us. Even after
There's another fight that can get pretty out of hand if you're not quick enough, because the missile launchers themselves can do a move called full salvo, and it just pelts you with missiles and just does a ton of damage.
Too late to bail now.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on it, only 2 ways off.
better keep my balance.
You'd be good at it.
I wonder.
So it was just a small mishap with
Tifa?
combat input, and we did a focus thread instead of a thunder.
Just thinking about the next step. Didn't think I'd be this nervous.
Some things you never get used to.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless the enemy is like pressured, focus thrust just doesn't do a ton of damage. So it's not a very good ability in and of itself, but it's a great ability when the enemy is like pressured.
I'm not seeing a way down.
Here
We've made it
Well,
to
now,
the next sector.
that could work.
I'll be honest, I always forget. I think this is sector 5. Where the next reactor we need to take down is. One thing you have to be careful of is with any sort of interaction point like this, you don't want to be like hovering over it until it's time for you to interact with it, because the game will kick you backwards, and it's kind of like awkward, like backwards walk if you just kind of force yourself to be like on top of it. Like if I was running against the railing that whole time, it would have made me walk backwards several steps before I actually could have
is everybody?
moved forward.
Got spooked and cleared out.
All right. There you go. We made up for that ether I had to use by getting an ether drop there. Ether drops are pretty rare early on. We will eventually buy a buttload of ethers, but we don't do that until like pretty far away. Like it's a very late chapter. We actually do that on.
That's the way to do it.
All right, got good mono drive RNG and actually killed them both with the triple slash. It tends to be pretty rare. Yeah, chapter 7 is basically just a lot of fights.
Buzz on. Let's do this. It's on you. I got it. You're mine. There. Let's finish this. Calling lightning. Don't overdo it.
There we go.
Never in doubt.
Yeah, that was another fight where it was a lot of basically Cloud does a bunch of things to get staggers, to get a cross slash to help take down one of those sweepers almost instantly. But to make sure we killed the sweeper with cross slash, we did have to make sure we staggered it. So that's where we had Tifa use thunder and a focus shot, which will stagger it, and then cross slash will generally finish him off, or at least leave him with very small amount of HP. Worst case scenario.
Get out the same way we got in.
We planted the bomb. Now it's time to get out of dodge. Though unfortunately Shinra has other plans, and they've been watching us this whole time, and they have pulled the ladder out from underneath it. Now we got to fight our way back up. And they're all dead. Actually worked out that they grouped up that much.
No, no, no. Let's take that. Okay.
So, shock troopers, hadn't really talked about it, but if you noticed in that fight, they dodged. And so, shock troopers and dogs have the ability to just straight up dodge your attack. And it's, it's troublesome, obviously, because if they dodge your attack, then your ATB kind of goes to waste as a result. So you have to be careful with things like shock troopers and dogs, like when you use certain abilities on them, and basically you have to anticipate that they're going to dodge you and kind of plan accordingly. And so some of the strats we do kind of aim for that. So like I try to, if you're quick enough, you should be able to deadly dodge, and if you do it quick enough, you'll stagger them, or you'll leave them near a stagger, so then possibly like the triple slash will kind of catch them and take them out from there. But you'll see more of this later when we fight more dog enemies, because there's a couple of fights in this game where the dogs, if they don't play nice, they can lead to pretty slow fights, because you've not only wasted your ETB at that point, but now you're trying to deal with them and catch back up to them, and they're running all over the place. But here in Remake, what it tries to do to add more to the idea of dealing with the airbuster is, as we climb our way out of the reactor, we're given the option to find key cards to remove parts of the airbuster, to make it basically more manageable as an enemy. Even though as speedrunners, we're not too worried about how dangerous airbuster is. We got it in the bag. We'll cook him. We'll cook him like steak or some other food item. So we only collect one key card that the game makes you collect to teach you about it, and then remove an M unit, and then we leave the rest alone. There you saw an example of HP gating. So for cinematic moments or for cutscenes and dialogues, what will happen there is the game will require certain NPCs to either completely spawn in, or they'll have to completely finish a line of dialogue before they can be killed. So we killed that enemy. He was at 1 HP until he finished having a conversation, and so the rest of them kind of finished them off, which is why you saw me kind of just sit there. Another example of dodging at its finest. Thank you so much, Banger. All right. Got to that. Pretty much took that guy out right after he became vulnerable to damage. Could have let Tifa probably finish him off.
We're about to make Times.
Oh no.
Come on, don't.
I don't dance.
I tried to. It's it can be challenging. It can be challenging to commentate all the intricacies of this run, and also execute them at the same time. Thank you. Appreciate that. Been a bit rusty on my marathon commentary.
We're coming up on.
We should be good.
The moment, big one.
Right.
Don't even think about it.
Why would I? Take the lead. Hang back.
Oh my bacon. There we go.
That's a win.
Oh, well, that makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah, nothing too like crazy or too crazy to talk about with these fights, because honestly the TLDR of most of these encounters are basically a mix of Cloud hits an enemy, he triple slashes to cover a wide room, ideally ping-ponging off of a few enemies, and then, you know, Tifa and Barrett can kind of pick up stragglers as they become apparent. So this fight is time gated, so we're not too worried about how quickly we do it, because we have until he says prepare immediate deployment of the airbuster.
Prepare the airbuster for immediate deployment. Shit. We too late.
All right, so we do that, and then I swear one of these days I will memorize these menus like no tomorrow. I believe it's balance.
Y'all never had a chance.
Hey guys. Looks like a
Okay, so we do a menu. We finally equip the light machine gun and the metal knuckles, because the metal knuckles is Tifa's strongest physical base damage weapon. It's a very important weapon for a lot of fights, because Tifa is very powerful. We'll talk more about why Tifa's powerful later on when it really becomes apparent.
Don't overdo it.
So here we find a new enemy, the Cutter, pretty much a more advanced form of the Sweeper. So hits a bit harder, takes a lot more damage to take down. And with this one, it also has breakable parts, so you have to be careful, because if you are targeting, you want to kind of hit it from behind or hit it from the front, because if you hit it from the side, you're going to hit the weapons and you're going to do reduced damage. So what we basically do there is we have Cloud essentially build up 2 bars of ATB, and then we focus thrust once pressure to stagger it, and then after we stagger it, we just have everybody cast Thundara, Thunder, and Thunder, and it basically finishes that fight. Yeah, imagine if I had to take on a Cutter and a Sweeper at the same time. Sorry, I meant to say at the same 9.
Yeah, from that.
Why does every
You know the fault.
Do you think we'll find
it's
a
like a
component?
treasure vault.
But we have reached the end of chapter 7, so it's time for the infamous airbuster fight.
So how do we
Full honesty, I will probably tell you what I do in that fight afterwards, because it's a very it's a very intricate strat, and very specific things need to be done, and
So we need to
walking you through it as it happens will be very challenging. So I will tell you about the airbuster fight during all the slow walking that happens.
Okay. Pay attention, you two. 3, 2, 1.
Emergency lockdown.
No, I said same 9. The same 9. The joke is because we fight a Cutter and a Sweeper at the same time in chapter 9. Darn you for making me tell the joke. MP is good. All right, time for the airbuster fight. Watch as best as you can, and I'll explain everything I do afterwards.
Are you alright?
You see but a fraction of this machine's true capabilities.
That's the Airbuster fight. We got another boss fight really quickly before I talk about things. Yeah, we have a lot of slow walking coming up after this fight, so we'll talk plenty about the Airbuster fight afterwards. Yeah, man, spawn camping. What we do. We know where they're coming from.
This dance of ours could use a spark.
All right, cool. Let's talk about things while I run around. Okay, so the Airbuster fight. The way that fight basically works is there's a couple things we have to do. So phase one's pretty straightforward. You swap the Barret, you do an overcharge just to build up some ATB as well as it's just damage. Because we need to deal enough damage to get him pressured so we can kind of get him to hurt him harder and also build up his stagger gauge. Because the point of phase one is we need to build his stagger gauge up to pretty much within a single hit of staggering for phase two. So we do overcharge into uppercut, dive kick, which will pressure him, hit him with a Thundara, which will then build the gauge up enough, but not too much that you knock him over. And then from there, Tifa just does another like a single hit into a uppercut dive kick, which will push it and not stagger him, because uppercut and dive kick do not build a ton of pressure gauge, so it allows you to kind of use that and not over damage the pressure gauge. And then from there, as he's pulling away, because the game will not let you so this goes back to HP gating, so the game will not let you stagger Airbuster until he has gotten to that specific point in phase two where he does that tank buster. So what we do from there is we beat him up because we can still gain ATB on him. So we beat him up, we gain a bar of ATB, we use Unbridled Strength, and we gain another bar of ATB, and we use Unbridled Strength, and that boosts Tifa's triangle move 2 times. So Tifa's triangle move, her uppercut, is got kind of a modifier with Unbridled Strength. So you use it 1 time, you get an ability called Omni Strike. So it's a much harder hitting kind of direct hit. And then the next time you use it, you get a move called Rise and Fall, where it's kind of this like spinning kick, as if it was Ken or Ryu in Street Fighter doing their Tatsumaki Senpukyo move. And so we do that because we use the Airbuster fight to get 200% stagger gauge so we can get the parry materia. So talking about the Chadley missions like we did earlier, one of the Chadley missions is to gain 200% stagger in a single fight. And the thing is, and I don't know if this is an oversight on the developers or if it was intended, for some reason, only Tifa and a specific ability from Aerith on one of her weapons will raise the stagger gauge higher percentage. There might be more, but honestly, I haven't played this game casually in so long that I forgot. But Tifa's is the easiest access point. And so what we do is, by getting to Rise and Fall, and we stagger Airbuster, we don't want to over damage him, because if we over damage him, he'll lose the stagger gauge before we have the right percent. So we stagger him immediately, and then we immediately go into triangle 3 times, which will be a Rise and Fall into Omni Strike into uppercut, and that will give us the 200. We'll have 200% at that point. So that's how we get the parry materials. We use the Airbuster fight because it's the best fight that we can do it on in the speed run. Because no other fight would realistically last long enough. Like, none of the phases would last long enough to where we could do it without Tifa pushing it too soon. And then in phase 3, the Airbuster moves away from us. Parry skip. Elaborate on what you mean by that. you can skip parry if you really want to, but it will make gotcha. You can skip it if you want, but you will lose time on the moments where you flee with it, because you'll see what I mean by that later on in chapter 10. So you won't see it until chapter 10 in motion, but hell, even in chapter 10 we won't use it that much, but you'll really see it in chapter 13 for sure. But you can skip parry if you really want to,
Too dangerous?
but you will lose time on movement tech by not getting it. Plus, honestly, like, Tifa does so much damage, like, it's the best thing you can do anyway for that phase. So you should realistically be getting it anyway. Now, if you forget to buy it, that's on you at that point. But, all right, phase 3 Airbuster. So Airbuster flies away, and you need to basically deal with him having been flown away and convince him to come in and attack you. The problem with that is, like, he's not going to come after you until you've kind of dealt enough damage to him, but also interrupting his EMP bomb move, essentially. And so there, it's where Baird kind of shines. You know, he's gained a bunch of ATB at this point. So we thunder, we gain more ATB, we thunder, gain more ATB, thunder, and then right about the time, like 10 seconds into the phase, Airbuster is going to throw EMP mines. But if you interrupt him with Cloud's Thundara, it will actually make him come closer. But you have to guard his finger lasers, because if the finger lasers hit you, they have a chance to stun you. And if they stun you, he's going to tank buster you in midair. And so he's going to stop moving closer. And then by that point, with the amount of damage you've done, the damage you've done, what should happen is Airbuster should get pressured after Tifa does an uppercut into a dive kick. And then from there, Barrett will focus shot. And then depending on if Tifa has limit break or not, you either wait for Barrett's focus shot to go off and then keep attacking, so you can make sure Tifa gets the stagger, or you just keep attacking because Tifa already has it. And then phase 4 is just use somersault, because that will instantly kill that phase. That's Airbuster. So it's probably one of the cooler strats, because it's just very, very thought out and very meticulous to optimize like every phase, to turn what could feel like a very painful fight into a very easy fight. And then the Reno fight is honestly pretty easy. It basically just boils down to, we gain some stagger in the first with the first 2 waves of enemies. Ideally, we're gonna have stagger by the time the Reno fight starts. And then the goal of the Reno fight is we just want to deal enough damage to Reno without staggering him, because if you stagger Reno, you have to wait till his stagger finishes before the next phase will start once he's at half HP, and it just wastes time because you're literally sitting there waiting for him to finish, basically finish being knocked down. Here we're going to do a menu to kind of get things rolling, move some gear around, put the titanium bangle on Cloud, give him the power wrist guards, give her the earrings. Gonna take off some material we'll never use. Gonna move the new ice materia to the old ice materia so we can get the most out of it. Put first strike on her, put lightning, basically take all of Barrett's materia because we're not going to see him for a while, and then move that over. Cool. This way Aerith can help gain ATB. Aerith can help gain AP on some of the magic that we have, so that way we can make sure that we have the higher level spells at certain points of the run. So we move wind. We basically moved wind, the ice materia that we've had since the beginning, because Aerith comes with an ice materia, but at this point it's just too low level, so it's just not worth investing in. When we rather work on the one that we already have. So we do that, and then we also add the wind materia and then the lightning materia that Barrett had. Because the one Barrett had already went through some motions of gain and stuff. Yeah, but here we are with Aerith, and yeah, we're basically guiding her back to her home through the slums here. And we want to do a bunny hop in for a berserk, and then from there we do a triple slash, because the 3 seconds of berserk will make that triple slash hit a lot harder. Plus triple slash also does more damage as the hits go on, so by the 3rd hit it actually hits the hardest. So each one will just get stronger and stronger.
Part of the slums.
Still a fair ways off.
Well, we
But coming up in a little bit is actually one of the breaks we have in the run.
You're in for it.
In a little bit here, we're going to be watching a TV broadcast of the incident. And the game requires you to watch this because you're basically walking around with Aerith, and Aerith is busy watching it. So you can't stray too far away from Aerith, or the game yells at you. So it gives us about a 1 minute break.
Kinda in a rush, so. Hey!
Skip whatever fights that we need to skip. Since there are no interaction points by the time the fights end, so we don't have to fight everything.
It's awake!
Gonna wish it kept sleeping.
Here we're gonna basically put the enemy at 1 HP. Let Aerith finish him off. So that's an example I gave earlier of how the game requires enemies to either finish spawning in completely before they can be killed, or finish dialogue if they're involved in a conversation. So we just Thundara with Cloud, which will put it at 1 HP, and then Aerith's basic attack is going to finish him off. There are rare cases where the Smogger might go immediately into its like Poison Cloud Dust move or whatever, and the AI will like block it and like just kind of stand there blocking and not actually kill him. But if you move quick enough, you generally shouldn't see that happen. Yeah, we'll probably take a small quick bathroom break here in a moment once we get to the break.
Home free.
No need for thanks. I'd rather get paid.
Hmm? You're getting paid right now. Huh?
Picking all the cones and boxes.
Don't forget about the Turks.
Forget your cones.
Could come at us anytime. Keep an eye out.
What are they watching?
Hey!
Yeah, once we get close to the TV here, the break will begin. All right, we'll be right back.
Fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts. The fires appear to have been mostly extinguished.
We help catch the bombers. We get a reward
Over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me, ma'am, but would you mind answering a few questions?
They're targeting reactors.
Can you give us any updates on the status of the reactor? What kind of damage did it suffer in the explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications.
Violence in movies and sex on TV, where those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely. Oh, lucky he's a family guy. Lucky there's a man who positively can do all the things that make us laugh and cry. He's a family guy. Peter.
What do you think? Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgar safe.
Of course. I'll do anything to protect the city.
Okay, time's up.
All right.
Thought I could help.
We're talking about countermeasures. You can count me in. I was in the military.
Oh my goodness, it's a scary place.
What's up, Saru?
I'd recommend Costa del Sol.
So, this walking section here is it's gated, if you will. I can't go very far from Aerith, so we just have to kind of let her interact with people and just walk along with her.
I help out every now and then. It's fun.
You have to learn this, brother.
Aerith!
Oh my god!
Well,
Don't listen to him. I'm not a
what
goat.
are you doing all the way up there?
I'm just a dude who speedruns.
The reactor. Who's
this guy?
This is Cloud. He's a mercenary.
But, you know, honestly,
Currently my bodyguard. That's Oates.
boringness of Chapter 8 aside, honestly, I think it's kind of nice from a speedrun perspective. I've talked about this before, but I like the FF7 Remake. I think it has a nice balance of like constant action and then slower pace pieces. So you're not just constantly getting overtaken with just constant like input this, input that, movement tech this, movement tech that, skip this, skip that, menu that. Like I run Near Replicant, and Near Replicant has like no down points. It's just constantly like mash this button, mash that button, hit you. There's movement text. You're constantly clicking keys to navigate through the different like areas and stuff. Like it's just it's a 3.5 hour run of just non-stop things to do. But here it's nice that like we'll have a bunch of chapters where we do stuff, and then you get chapter 8, because after chapter 7 where it's just fight after fight after fight after fight after fight, you get to 8, and yes, there's a lot of walking around, but at least it like lets you kind of reset a little bit. It lets you kind of reset a little bit. And I'm just standing here, I'm not clicking anything, I'm just waiting for them to have a conversation, because then things will pick up again. In more chapters, and then it'll be more fight after fight after fight after fight. And then we'll get the beginning of chapter 13.
There you are. We're back. Sorry to make you.
Don't be. Well then, I hope you. No problem.
All you can carry. What with all the
FF16 right now.
Let's all watch.
Yeah, but FF16 is like 2 hours longer than this run. 2.5 hours longer than this. It has way more. The movement tech is way different in that.
So clap.
A couple more save loads just so we can get through the conversation quicker.
Okay.
These ones we do immediately, because what's going to happen is Aerith is basically going to start jogging now. So it just lets us, you know, instead of slow walking this like entire section, she now like kind of jogs instead. Now the game still doesn't want you to overtake her position, so it will force me to slow down if I get too close to her. So, you know, we just jog when we can and slow walk when we need to. But if we hadn't done the save loads, we would have sat through all the dialogue before she started doing this.
So I'll introduce you.
These ones aren't worth doing because they're like single lines of dialogue.
There you go. That's my house.
It's amazing.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, if you recall the OG game, you know, this is the part of the game where, you know, Aerith hires us to take her back home and guide her back home. And so we've, you know, taken her back home, but in the spirit of Remake, we're going to hang around a bit and, you know, do some stuff. So we, gonna go pick flowers for the orphanage. Now, when it comes to picking up flowers, if you're familiar with this game, it doesn't actually matter which set of flowers you pick up, so it really won't matter. We typically just go for these ones up here, because by the time this tutorial pops, you are right in front of these flowers. So it's easiest to just walk over here, and then as you can see, there is a straight shot towards the orphanage afterwards. So these are generally the flowers we pick up, because the other ones are like over there, and you end up just kind of standing there and waiting till the dialogue is done, because you can't pick them up until the tutorial pops. So this is the best set of flowers to pick up,
Maybe a few more?
because you'll be like right in front of them.
I think we're good now. What do you say? Shall we go?
Flower tech, we got all the tech, all the tiny time saves and whatever like we can find.
We're not under the gun or anything.
I'm not cut out for this crap.
Sure you are. And when you're done, you'll be drowning in job offers. So, how do you think they'll arrange these flowers?
Dunno.
Well, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, and then from here you can kind of wander a little bit with Cloud on his own. If you want, you can come here and talk to Oates. Because after you talk to Oates, he's looking for Aerith, which will then kind of trigger the next story part. So this is like the second part of the game where it turns into kind of like a hub for free exploration and side questing for those, you know, looking to break the monotony of doing the story when you play casually. He picks flowers really well, and he knows how to dance apparently very well without knowing the choreography. Even though he says he doesn't dance. But yeah, basically what happens in this chapter, kind of like chapter 3, whereas you do a bunch of story stuff and then you get to a point where the game's like, hey, are you sure you want to turn in now? And if you don't turn in now, you're able to like free roam and do side quests and help people around the area. So chapter 8's kind of the same. After we help Oates here save these children who have gone missing, we, you know, essentially have the ability to free roam or to continue on with the story. Of course, we're going to continue on with the story. Intuition. It's his cloud sense.
You're back. Aerith's come to help. Yeah, leave it. But there are Don't worry. I've brought a soup.
I used to be. So where's the guy?
I don't know. Right now, let's come on.
So we're gonna have a series of battles here to rescue these kids. The battles themselves go pretty straightforward. It's a mix of things like berserking to a triple slash or doing a deadly dodge into a triple slash. So it's kind of the footnote for a handful of these fights, just because they're great AoE. They're like great moves that deal with AoE properly. The wrong button there. We'll have Aerith finish off the last guy using her soul drain ability. These rats here, we want to basically hope that they won't do a move called Call to Arms. So the next battle has a decent risk of that happening. Also, we need to let Aerith go here first, because if we run past Aerith and then do this, also Cloud is staring into your soul. You have to let Aerith go ahead of you, because if you go ahead of Aerith, the game will literally sit there and do nothing until you are behind Aerith.
Try to stay behind me.
That way I can cover your back.
And we did not get Call to Arms. Cool. So Call to Arms is where the rats will call more rats.
Quickly, we gotta save them.
All right.
Which does delay the fight and make it take longer. Here we're gonna do a menu. Give Aerith some shortcuts. And then we've got one more battle here to save the kids.
Get ready. It's over. Going in.
I'm coming. Get him. We'll be right there.
All right. Didn't get the early, what is it? We didn't get the early cutscene star, where sometimes Aerith runs ahead and the cutscene will trigger even though you're nowhere near her. Another save load, because this kind of a long-winded moment here. You have to wait till Aerith climbs the ladder before we're able to actually climb up the ladder.
Mind if I read a donation out?
Yeah, go for it.
Thanks very much. And Build Knife. I'm like losing my words. Been awake 10 hours. Been doing this 10 hours even. Build Nye, thank you for donating $25. They said it's a Winter Wonderland in Final Fantasy VII. Certainly is. Insane flower tech. True. And shout out to everyone in the marathon supporting a great cause, including yourself, Build Now, because you're going to be running Jedi Academy for us later in the event, and I'm really looking forward to that run. Thank you so much for the donation. And I knew this was a walk-in section, so I was like, I'm going to get in here.
No, it's fine. That it is. It is a walking section, which is why we want to end that last fight we just finished by the ladder, because if you do not, you will walk to the ladder. And it's much slower. than to be at the ladder already. But coming up, we've got our next boss fight. Essentially the boss of Chapter 8. This fight's very fast. Literally, this fight takes like 30 seconds. If that. Maybe like 42. Maybe I'm overselling it. It's like 42 seconds.
Thank you. From now on.
But we saved the kids. Oates is all like, thanks a bunch. We're like, cool. Let's get back to what we were doing. 42, yeah. What am I doing?
You're going back for the kids again.
Apparently I'm going back for the kids. I've never turned around in that exact direction for some reason. Now for my least favorite shimmy section, because I swear no matter how many times I run this, I never seem to preemptively hold the direction right. I think I got it though. Hey, no awkward pause in the middle of it. Yeah, right here, like generally you can kind of free roam and you don't necessarily have to go back or do what you were doing. But you do have to eventually deal with Rude here. So new edition, we get to deal with Rude or fight Rude early because you don't fight him in Midgar in the OG game. You don't see him until Gungaga. But they want Rude to have a bit of a presence, so. But careful if you blink, the fight might be over. Yeah, that's phase 1.
Okay.
Man, I hope I shortcutted the right spell on triangle. I think I did.
No, I don't believe that I have. Okay, it's my job.
Watch out for high winds.
And that's the fight. Yeah, the fight's pretty straightforward. So the tricky thing about Rude is you can't get too aggressive towards him by just attacking him, because he might like grab you or toss you or just put up a shield, and if you don't do the right amount of damage, then it's a whole thing. Like if you just try to beat him with a stick, and so. What we do is we bait him counterattacking by doing the bunny hop, and because of the quick cancellation of frames here in the integrated version, because of the 60 FPS, we basically jump in, and right as we hit him, we go straight into a counter, so we can counter him. Now it won't pressure him right away, but it builds his stagger gauge up pretty high. Well, actually, no, I take it back. Sorry, we counter him, and then we triple slash to add more to the stagger gauge, and then from there he's stunned just long enough that we can start a Punisher combo, and right as he's about to retaliate, we generally will stagger him, and then from there it's just building up the ATB building up to a second bar of ATB, and from there switching to Aerith so she can gain a little bit of ATB before Cloud does a triple slash to push the phase, because on some enemies Arrow has a property where it will launch the enemies towards the caster. So if you saw in that fight, I cast Aurora, which made Rude fling right in front of Aerith, and then after he landed, because he's pressured because he's been flying through the air, Cloud just jumps in with a focus thrust, which will stagger him the rest of the way, and then because he's staggered, he takes more damage from things like spells and stuff. That's why we cast the next Aurora, and it basically chunks him down to next to nothing. And then from there, like a few basic hits will kind of push it at that point. You can also do a couple basic hits before, but you don't want to wait too long to focus thrust him, because he will become unpressured if he stands up and everything. That's the wind a lot. Yeah, either that or got her damn rung into like an ascension or something.
Just got another donation to read out quickly, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it. This is just walking.
It's Master Saru Watari. Hope I said that right. Donates $5. Happy to get my PS4 back. I'll have to replay this again, but it's fine as I can use all this new speed tech I'm seeing right now. Also, as a viewer of Woadyb streams, I'm happy to see him get the spotlight. So proud of you, man.
Oh, thank you so much, Saru. Much appreciation.
Guess I gotta.
All right, now for everyone's favorite chapter. Maybe.
What's that?
Nothing to it. Kinda cute, don't you think?
So chapter 9. This is again kind of a new section that they've added for Remake, where instead of just kind of going to the wall market, they've decided to make us go on a bit of a detour pathway through this collapsed highway.
It's this way.
Cue the Final Fantasy 13 music.
Here's an idea.
You serious?
I'll throw down the ladder for you to climb.
And so as a gameplay gimmick, there are these robotic arms, this crane game that we have to do to basically take Aerith, put her onto a ledge so she can knock a ladder down, because Cloud has forgotten how to jump really high when he's not in battle. Because when he's in battle, the man is like a superhero jumping 20 stories like it's nothing. When he's not in combat, he has no jumps. If there was a fourth crane, I would have stopped playing. So of course throughout the highway we'll run into a bunch of various random enemies. So the sweeper prototype is kind of an interesting enemy. It's basically impossible to stagger. I mean, you might be able to stagger it if you plan more accordingly, but like in the speedrun, it's impossible to stagger. So instead we use Thunder and Thundara to basically kill the enemy. Because it's a machine, so it still takes weakness damage to Thunder. Yeah, traveling through here, it's just a bunch of, like I said, most of the fights tend to be just a mix of things like Punisher combos and Thunder on robots. Nothing too tricky to these fights, because these are just kind of like trash mobs, if you will. Real highlight is the crane game, because there's a tutorial for every one of them you have to skip, because this one teaches you about moving boxes.
Well then, I'm gonna head down.
Okay, here we just have to move this box out of the way so we can pick up Aerith. They do have, like, on this one and then the next one, there are items or materia off to the side that you can get to by moving things appropriately. So like if I had taken that crate and I moved it to the right in that other spot and I put Aerith on top of that, she would have picked up that green materia that you're going to see off to the side here. And the fact the game's going to even be like, hey, are you sure you want to do this? Because you're not going to be able to get that materia if you do that. I'm sure that materia is not worth it. Plus the time lost to doing it is just not going to be worth it.
Hold on.
And it's the same thing with the next crane, though the materia on the next crane would be worth it because magnify materia is very powerful and we do make use of it later in the run. But thankfully in chapter 13, this highway gets basically knocked around and it gets knocked off the ledge and we can just pick it up off the ground at that point. So luckily we don't need magnify materia until chapter 13 to really make full use of it.
Whoa, not too fast, okay?
Fun fact, the game wants you to actually follow Aerith, which will lead to like a cutscene of you kind of like overlooking this ledge and then battle with some drakes. Well, you don't have to, as you saw there. I can just run the way I know to go, and then it just completely ignores that dialogue moment. Yep, they trick you into wasting time for story reasons. Coming up here, we'll be fighting a group of enemies, kind of like, almost like comic relief. I think we got it. Yeah, we got the 3-for-1 special. Cool. That one can also be iffy on if you catch all 3 in one spell, thanks to the splash damage of Fyra. Because essentially what you want to happen there is you just want to hit the middle guy one time. It briefly knocks him back, and you don't want to hesitate too much with Aerith, to have her cast fire on him, because then the splash damage, as long as the ones on the side didn't really run off, it should kill all three of them, as you kind of saw there. But that's Bex Bandits, Bex Gang, just a goofy group of enemies that keep popping up to cause you pain and annoyance. All right, had to be careful there. That one guy did almost put down a electrical mine trap, which is very dangerous, because if I got caught in it, Cloud would have been stunned for several seconds, which will lead to time loss. But here's our final set of robot hands, and then never again. Don't worry, there's plenty of other awkward mini games to deal with later in the run.
It's this way.
So that blue materia is the magnified materia I talked about earlier. We do not. I definitely grazed the X button by accident there. We don't go for it because the time it would take to get magnified materia by moving the crates, moving Aerith, moving the crates back. It just eats up so much time for what it's realistically worth. Because while magnify would be nice to have, it's not going to make or break the fights that are coming up enough to warrant the time loss, especially when we get it for no time loss whatsoever in a few chapters. Like, we can easily get through the next couple chapters without the magnified materia, especially because we're not quite at the point in the run where there's a heavy magic spam. Like, we have to be a little bit more meticulous with the magic that we're casting, because we haven't really bought any ethers. We've relied on the luck of drops from our enemies for the times that we will need ethers, because right now, again, we're not quite on the heavy magic casting. Just thankfully, the enemies are still kind of weak enough that light magic use is enough for a lot of them. That should be it for the robot army.
Thanks for the lift. I'll have that ladder down for you in a sec. Don't worry, we'll be on the same page next time.
Now, if anybody's wondering, there is an any % category that does have a ton of glitches that do basically skip a huge chunk. Oh, that was a very awkward miss by Aerith. Well, let's try that again. So this is the no major glitches category, which bans a lot of the skips and stuff that we do. But yeah, there's an 8% category. We can actually skip all of this, believe it or not. So in 80%, there is a chapter 8 skip early on in the run that basically skips most of chapter 8 and the beginning half of chapter 9. You pretty much go straight to the wall market section. There's also a skip in chapter 10, chapter 11. There was a chapter 13 skip that has unfortunately not come back in the PS5 version, but it's there in the PS4 version, which skips pretty much all of chapter 13 and like the Barrett Soul section. You go straight into chapter 14 inside the sewers with that skip. And then there is a sort of a chapter 15 skip. It's a different kind of skip in that it doesn't skip. It basically skips the gauntlet of enemy fights. So it's only like a 2-minute time save. But it was much bigger on PS4 because you also skipped the Valkyrie, like the whole, you skipped to the very top of chapter 15. Like the skips are pretty wild in this game. You're 100% doing this run. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't learned the PS5 version of the skips myself because they're very different from PS4. They are much harder to pull off because of the changes in how the game plays, and honestly our main glitch tech was patched out, so we had to find an alternative way to do it that is a lot more challenging and a lot more tedious to do.
Guess.
Save her.
But we've made it to the wall market,
Well, she's
and what we need to do is anytime we're asked a multiple choice question, we need to essentially pick the bottom option, because we need to make sure we get what is referred to as the Madam M series of missions.
What do you do? What you got?
So funny that they patched the game for like 30.
Better luck in town. Let's check it out.
Yeah, I think it was just something with because the FPS was higher, or because the FPS is higher. I think that's why the glitch doesn't work. Because to talk about what I'm referring to is in PS4, the main basis of our skips was a thing we called infinite flee. So normally what happens is when you're in combat and you're fleeing from combat, yeah, the PS4 version is still okay to run. It's not as fluid as this at times. Like it's like 30 FPS. And some of the strats we do here where we cancel our actions or cancel things we do in the middle of an attack don't work on PS4. But yeah, so the skip tech. So on the PS4 version, there was a thing we had called infinite fleeing. So normally you get into a fight,
let me guess.
and what will happen there is you as you've seen me do all run is I run away from the encounter and the fight ends.
Aerith.
The community found that, and this happened after before I joined, so I don't know the origin of who figured it out, but somebody found that if you have the revival earrings, it's an accessory. It's a single-use accessory in this game that allows you to die and come back to life. And the way it would work is you would have the character who you need to die in the fight die last. So everybody would die. You'd kill off your whole team except the person with the revival earrings, and you'd have the person with the revival earrings die. And what would happen there is the combat would never end until you killed the enemies, and that means you could swap between characters. So with the help of that and some other speedrun tech, we found that we could do specific behaviors to essentially deload the map or get ourselves to squeeze in between areas that we're not supposed to, or create this like nullification of boundaries where like if a character was like on a ladder or a character was on a plank or something and they were warped in the combat, they would have what we refer to as null space disable, where it just meant that the character could essentially run free of borders and walls, and like run in the air, and the game wouldn't really push them back in bounds as long as they didn't like touch certain parts of it or certain things didn't happen. Yeah, that's pretty much what we did. We did a lot of map deloading and things where we would spread characters far apart so the map would deload, opening up walls for us to cut through. I mean, recommend checking out an 80% PS4 run or even an 80% PS5 run to kind of see it firsthand. It is pretty wild tech, but it's a lot harder to do on PS5. It was found outside the community. Fair. I could possibly believe that, like a video found or something. But while we've been talking this whole time, I've been going around to this area. I've been going around Wall Market because what's happening here is, unlike the original game where we don't just go and do a bunch of things and get a dress and a wig and makeup and all that, is still done a little bit differently. Is we need to be endorsed by one of the big three, and the big three are Madam M, Chocobo Sam, and Andreas. And so we learn that behavior. We go talk to Sam. Sam basically tricks us. He's already endorsed Tifa, which is why we're here trying to figure out what Tifa's up to. So he's already endorsed Tifa, so it doesn't work. So we try to go see Andreas. Andreas wants nothing to do with us. So our last chance is Madam M here. So we talk to Madam M, and then after a awkward massage, hand massage, if you will. I don't know why I'm air quoting. I don't have a webcam on, so it's like you can see me. We talk to Madam M, kind of tell her what's going on, and she's like, all right, I'll get you a dress. I'll make Aerith a dress, but it's $1 million. Hey, just so you know, if you need that money, there's a tournament going on, and the prize is $1 million. So we're basically convinced to enter this tournament under like Madam M's endorsement. to try and win this prize money. So she'll make a dress for Aerith, so the Dawn will. So she'll make a dress for Aerith and endorse her, so the Dawn will see Aerith.
That's one thing I'm definitely sure of.
In addition to heading to the tournament earlier, I did stop off at the shop and I purchased Cloud's best physical DPS weapon, the Hard Edge, and a 3-slotted armor item, which will come in big for this area. And I'm glad I realized it as I'm talking. I actually forgot to do one thing, so I'm glad I remembered before I went down the elevator, or we would have to do things in a slightly awkward, slightly out of order. This is a new thing that we didn't used to do, that I'm still wrapping my head around, but we're going to talk to Chadley first and get a couple materia. And yes, we get the cheap dress on everybody. All right, so before we actually go and do the tournament, we need to talk to Chadley twice, so he will give us access to the paramateria and the ATB boost materia. And the ATB boost materia will take your current ATB bar and it will double it. So the plan generally is when we have 1 bar of ATB, we will use it to get a 2nd bar of ATB. So that way we can, you know, really spread out our, really get the right amount of ATB to properly do some of these strats and make sure these fights go the way they should. So remembered at the last moment I needed to do that, thankfully, or I would have had to do the fights without it, which is doable. Not like, it's great to have because it will help in some of the fights, but not the end of the world if you don't get it. And here, one more save load. We are getting to the point where save loads won't be a thing as much. But we will be menuing here in a little bit. All right, so let's put the Hard Edge on. Aerith gets the Calignius bracelet, and then she's going to get the ATB boost materia. And then from there, we're going to do a little bit of customizing. Infinity's End on Circle, and then Blizzara over Aurora, because we don't need Wind for right now.
Just need it. I hope you could. I don't want to.
Now it's time for a string of fights. Excuse me.
You two ready? Try not to get yourselves killed.
Alright, these fights, first fight's pretty straightforward. We do a double deadly dodge to get 2 bars of ATB, and then we just do double triple slash, and it should finish them off. If somebody lives, then we'll soul drain with Aerith, which should take out the remainder person.
Well, that's one win.
I've not seen the reaction you're referring to, Saru.
Wouldn't bet on it.
All right, so here we have to wait for the bell to ring before we can actually get the next fight going. If we talk to him now, he's going to be like, wait your turn.
That's what they call.
Once we hear the ding, we can talk to him. This fight's interesting because this fight either goes really quickly because you do it properly, or it goes really slow because you don't do it properly. Oh, I messed up. It's definitely not the strat. I mean, it kind of worked, but it definitely wasn't the intended strat. Okay, I mean, we got most of them at least. It worked out. It worked out. Okay, so what should have happened there is where fat fingering got the best of me. You want to start off by having queue up a shortcut fire from Aerith, and then you want to roll in and do a DD as quickly as you can, because if you do it quick enough and properly, you should technically catch everybody. And by the time they're all like grouped up together, Aerith's fire will shoot out and nuke the entire field. So we kind of got it, but a couple people still live. So it was like 80% of the way there. It's a tough strat to hit because the timing is very tight. Everything's a little out of order, but it's fine. Okay, Aerith will have enough. She needs 43 MP for the next fight. All right, it's time for the Hell House fight. I'm going to focus for this fight.
It's not even a show what you got.
It's on you.
I'll take care of them.
So phase one's pretty simple. We just throw a Blizzara because he's weak to Blizzard. It will stagger him. Throw a full Tempest to help Aerith build some ATB. And then Cloud just needs to do, basically he just needs to aim to be Berserked, which is just doing like Punisher, like one hit holding the square button. Because the damage between that and Tempest will push the phase.
So it's my turn? That'll do. It's your turn.
Okay. All right. With that, we skipped God House mode. So we basically pressure Hell House. We edge him to near max stagger without actually going over. And then we wait for him to actually go into God House mode. And then we stagger him by doing a Berserk because the bar is so close to the end that it pushes it the rest of the way. And then we do an Infinity Zen, which does a ton of damage to staggered enemies. And then we do Fyra and then regain some MP by using Soul Drain. And that is a green window, which means we need to use Lightning. And I think Cloud got hit. Where is Cloud? Where is Cloud? Is he all the way over here? All right, I've never seen that before. That was a little awkward. Normally Cloud isn't trapped behind a bunch of exploding bombs and stuff. And the point of it will, yeah, I know, right? Like, where was Cloud the whole time? That was hilarious. I've never seen Cloud get stuck back there like that. So what should have happened? Yeah, he was dipping apparently. Sounded like he was whipping and nay-naying. Oh, I'm like brain farting here. Make sure I'm not forgetting what to do. Okay, yeah, no, this is right. Yeah, exactly. Cloud's already putting the dress on. But yeah, what should have happened in that final phase normally is Cloud will run towards Hell House. You'll tell him to do an Infinity's End. And as he's winding up the Infinity's End, the Tempest goes off, the Fire goes off, and then pretty much like right as he's staggered, Cloud basically punches him in the face, and the fight will generally be over there. And then here we basically get to the part where the game's like, okay, now you can go do what you want while Aerith is busy getting her dress put on. But if you put the dress on, then you can't do anything else. And so that's why we got all the bad, like arguably the bad choices, because as you can see, Madam M is right there. So getting the Madam M missions means we just go back and we basically talk to her and we leave and we come back and it's over. If you get the Sam missions, you lose 30 seconds because you have to run all the way to Chocobo Sam, talk to him, and then run all the way back to Madam M before you can trigger that whole like point of no return conversation that we just had. So now Johnny came to us, told us kind of what's going on here, what's happening about Tifa. So we decided to go check in with Leslie.
Got that letter of
And just be like, hey, we got that letter of approval. He's like, that's only good for women. He's like, you can't come in, homie.
And that's someone, or it could wind up. Get it? You're in the Don's.
So he's like, don't cause trouble.
Sure you, but
And like, well, damn, what do we do now? So and I don't remember exactly from a story perspective, but we basically get called to the Honeybee Inn because Andreas wants to meet us. So from here, we're going to head to the Honeybee Inn and experience probably one of the most random new things that was ever added to this game in terms of original content. But hey, the best part about it, it's a 3-minute break for us speedrunners.
I was looking to confirm what I already knew. There is no one. Hey there, cutie. Where you headed? Why don't you let me buy you a cup of coffee?
Yeah, essentially we're gonna head to the Honeybee Inn and we're gonna get involved in like a dance battle to kind of show Andreas what we're made of. Thankfully, it's a good dress. It is a good dress for her.
Why are we here?
Luckily, the game doesn't require you. It's not like Blitzball in FF10, where you need to win Blitzball because what you get for winning Blitzball makes a major difference in the run. Thankfully, the only time what you get here matters for doing well in this mini game matters if you're doing a plat % run. If you're not doing a plat % run, it doesn't matter because we don't need the item. It has no effect on story completion. So, you know, we basically roll in here, just talk. We get taught how to play a rhythm game. And then we'll go to the actual main rhythm game. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. But this is where we get to take a little bit of a break. Now, the break hasn't quite started because we still have to show that we don't want to practice anymore. All right, be right back. Yeah, you did. All right.
That show today blew my mind.
Now we're just gonna wait for Cloud.
I can dance too. How much did you
Because he's gonna be kind of walking slow. We're gonna try to kind of push him
Was it planned from the start?
to get him to
Did you see their look of surprise?
get over here sooner.
Please don't.
Right, go.
One word.
Not even one.
No.
But you're so pretty.
Like he's wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Stupid sexy Cloud. All right, so we can finally go to Don Corneo. Get an audience with him. Yeah, I think the Don is really good.
Serious?
Where they
I hope you know.
have him portrayed and done.
Say so.
The two of you here for the audition? Second floor, at the very end of the wall. And don't go poking your nose in where it doesn't belong. Room's at the end. Keep walking.
So what happens now?
I think they'll call for us.
So we have to kill a little bit of time here.
This room gives me the creeps.
Can't do anything until they start talking to us. I mean, once they start talking, there is a save load that we do. Make the door open right away.
No?
Okay, we're gonna switch to the girls.
Let's go rescue
Now,
Corneo's room.
we're not gonna go straight to Corneo's room because there's a very powerful accessory item that we have access to that we want to get. We have to get through this these enemies first. Actually, we got the twofer.
This is gonna hurt.
So sometimes they all run over and you kill them in like one fire up. We got two of them. But behind the stairs here is a Fury Ring. So this is an item that will pretty much put you in an infinite Berserk status. And as I've said before with Cloud's self-imbuing Berserk move, this one is permanent, so it's not on a 3-second timer and I don't have to hold a button to do it. And this is a very important item that has been attempted to be routed out until later on in chapter 14, when you could get it in 14. But it's just too powerful for the strats that we do to be able to route it out right now. We put Mithril Armored here. Let's see, she gets Fury Ring. Tifa's gonna get the parry materia, and then we need to move Metal Knuckles to a manual upgrade path.
What are you doing here? Hey, ain't you two the rejects?
Get fired up.
They didn't group up properly. So if you're quick enough with the parry, you knock them up and they'll be kind of near each other. So when Aerith does her fire up, it actually kills them both at the same time. I didn't quite catch them this time, but that's fine. Now time for another friendly boss battle. And so we stagger him almost immediately. And do a full Tempest. Get an Unbridled. Do an Omni. Gonna cast fire just early enough that we will pressure him. Because we want to avoid him hopping away. That's the fight. I think I did something out of order there, though.
What is it?
I'm pretty sure the sewers under
Another one of those.
an avalanche in emergencies.
That depends. Did you do 2 donations? Sorry.
Yeah, I'll read it out now.
Okay.
There should be a big waterway just up
So,
ahead.
guess who this donation's from?
Find that first.
Master Saru. I'll get this right. Master Saru Watari donated a further $3. Since we're here, I just want to take the time to say you have to watch Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. It's the best anime of the year. Also, buy Sonic Superstars, as that game rocks too. And if you've got any other media recommendations, feel free to get your donations in. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the recommendation. I still need to watch Scott Pilgrim Takes Off myself. Here we are on the sewers, trying to get it out of here. Longer section than it was in the OG game. And we picked up a weapon for Tifa called the Feathered Gloves, which is very important, which we'll talk more about when we actually equip it.
Try to stay behind.
Do a little bit of parry sailing. So as you saw there, we kind of ran across the ground using Tifa, thanks to the parry canceling ability, where you can basically do a motion and cancel it into parry. You can, if you spam pretty much triangle and circle while holding R1, you create this like almost gliding across the ground, or parry sailing as we call it.
But I can't imagine what it is. Destroying a whole chunk
I'm not
of
sure
the
that's been
sewer
confirmed that
doesn't
we're getting a
make
prequel to Yuri on Ice.
sense.
Yeah, I can't imagine any way they could profit from it. It's gonna cost them a fortune to rebuild.
Yuri on Ice is good though.
That's a power generator, all right.
Wow.
Yeah, this is another fairly straightforward chapter. It's basically just fight after fight after fight after fight. And like, of course, we have to like activate generators and pull levers and a lot of your typical stuff you find and stuff like this. But the fights are pretty straightforward. I mean, the main goal here is to try and get through these fights, but also be smart about our MP usage, essentially. Because again, we haven't bought any ethers. We are literally working off of the idea of ethers that we have gotten as drops. So that, because of how varied it is, and honestly, it takes time to menu ethers to replenish your MP and stuff like that. We found that there are better ways to try and get through this chapter and minimize the whole need to like throw an ether on yourself. Part of that is thanks to Aerith's soul drain ability. Now, I may have to ether because
Wait a minute. I know this.
something. I think I must have like either. I'd have to go back and look at the VOD, but something was off about the Abzu fight with Aerith's ATB, because she had no ATB going into after that second fire cast, when normally she should have one more bar of ATB. So very interesting. Yeah, I mean the benching. Luckily on easy, needing to bench is like only in an emergency case. But the in normal mode, you can kind of get through in normal. It's a lot harder to go benchless in normal, depending on how your fights go, but it is doable.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
Yeah, so Aaron has an ability called Soul Drain. I haven't really talked about it yet, but what it does is it does damage, but at the same time it replenishes MP. And the big thing about it is the amount of MP it replenishes will depend if the enemy is staggered or not. So we use it a bunch here on non-staggered enemies because for crab enemies or scissor claws, it will actually kill them instantly. Unless they guard, and then they won't kill them instantly. But yeah, we use them on things like scissor claws because it will kill them right away, and it just helps Aerith kind of maintain her ether a lot better. For Sahagins, we do a triple slash into a Fyra. It will generally always kill them. Yeah, in the beginning, there was a lot of benching in normal runs just because of how hard stuff hit and how powerful things were and how much MP was used. But it got to a point towards the end of the most activity this community saw, where the benching was not as common. Yeah, I mean, I don't bench. The only time I would bench is near the end if Aerith doesn't have enough MP going into one of her fights, and I don't have a way to like heal that MP without benching. That would be the only time I bench. But yeah, what should have happened in the Abzu fight was on Abzu's second stagger, I should have used a soul drain, but again, for reasons that elude me at the moment, I didn't have a second bar of ATB, so I don't know. Check the VOD out later, so I can figure out what happened there. Just running through the sewers here. We've already had our boss, so there's no boss at the end of this. It's just getting through as fast as possible. There is one more very pleasant mini game towards the end.
I'll protect you.
I'm pretty good at protecting myself, you know. Glad that's over.
So, I mean, Aerith does need about 40 MP going into the last 3 fights, so we might be okay without Etherian actually. So we may be fine. We may be fine. As long as I don't accidentally hit the wrong shortcut button, it should be cool. Yes, that is the other thing. Benches are plentiful enough that if something does go wrong, like I think the one nice thing about this run is that, with the exception of maybe the first strike material, which honestly you could still finish her off at, is like you can generally finish any run of Remake. Now how fast that run will go, well, that's a whole other conversation. But luckily there's not really a circumstance where like a run is unfinishable. It just may be a lot slower if you're missing certain materia or don't have certain things taken care of. But welcome to the pump mini game. Yes, some electrifying pumping. There are people who literally run any percent just because they skip this part of the run.
Trust me, we'll be back soon.
Like we have any percent runners that'd be like, you know, I might run NMG, and then they're like, oh no, I gotta do the pump game. I'm not doing it. Because we skip this in any percent.
So maybe this is a little different from the one at the bar. More industrial?
So the best outcome you can ask for is what we call a 1-1-1. There's 3 stages of this. You want to get it on the first try each time, but the most common and meme method is 1-2-1. Because for some reason, so most runners will get 1-2-1 or 1-1-2. And then occasionally if you get tilted, you might get like a 1-1-4. But for some reason, the middle one always trips people up. Case in point.
Try to stay in sync.
I'm also a terrible butt masher, for the record. All right, 1-2.
That went well. All good.
Well, yeah, that's assuming I get this last one properly. Ah.
Keep calm.
There you go. I'm getting the rare 1-2-2.
All right, I think that did it.
Sorry, no prizes for anyone today.
Okay, let's head back.
Yeah, the best outcome is a 1-1-1. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, even if you keep failing at it, eventually you will fill it up enough to where you should be able to do it. That Hagen moved. Alright.
That wasn't so bad.
I normally try to catch both of them together, but unfortunately the one Sahagan moved.
Just like that, okay?
I gotcha.
Sure is nice to go up for a change.
Hope the pillar's not much further.
Ha! You're burning up. Yes, get him. Bingo. How's this?
Take that. I'll go on ahead and secure it.
All right, we're on to chapter 11.
We could get lost in here.
This is the train graveyard, all right. A real treasure trove of scrap. Sector 7
Too
should
big
be
to
just past
fail.
that large maintenance facility over there. I vote we stay in the light so we can see where we're going. Dark everywhere.
That it?
There are, I will say for the pump mini game though, the runners have found that there are actually like visual cues that you can look at. I've never been the best at the visual cues to use that. I'll be honest with you, I can
People don't come around.
kind of use them before, but it's still very hit or miss for me.
Is that right?
I mean,
Then let's hurry.
But we're gonna go ahead and pick up Aerith's pretty much last weapon we get for her. It's her strongest magic-based weapon. Nope, we don't want to. All right, so we need feather gloves. We want guard stick mithril rod. We want to move fire back to cloud because we're going to need it. Do a little bit of battle settings adjusting. So we'll put fire here, fire there, and then on her nope. Mistake every now and then. We need Blizzard still, but we want to roar on circle.
They're nothing.
Compared to us, at least.
Oh god.
Moving on now.
I just forget which direction Aerith's in. Yeah, I've seen that too, Glint. I definitely trip you up a bit. I thought I was close enough to the door. Aerith. She must have got hit or something. Sometimes you try to do strats without really seeing what the other character is doing, so if they're getting hit or attacked by something, it's gonna definitely throw you off a bit. Yeah, we're just getting through the train graveyard. It's a bunch of fights. The fights are going to range anywhere from like a mix of like triple slashing, because at this point, like with our first strike materia, I mean we've had it at level 2 for a while, since like chapter 7, but it allows us to basically start like just like with the previous chapter with ATB, and then use that ATB to go straight into some sort of attack here. We use Aerith like a handful, like between Aerith and Cloud, they're able to handle most of these fights really on their own. Here we have Aerith kind of do a couple attacks, and then we have Cloud do his triple slash move, which mostly finishes him off. There's some wrong targeting at the beginning of the fight just because of where Aerith was, but Aerith's basic attack has this like AoE property to it, and that's why we've been kind of using her a bunch just to do basic attacks, because they'll like hit the majority of the people. We do a triple slash, then we're gonna have Aerith do a double thunder. and it should kill both Cryptshays that spawn behind us, because in that fight there are 5 Cryptshays, 3 in front and 2 in the back. In the ones in the front will always try to attack you right away, like with Cloud, if you move forward a little bit. So the idea is that the fight starts, we ATB boost with Aerith, Cloud moves forward just enough to where the Cryptshay is going to attack him, but we counter it, giving us some ATB to do like a triple slash, which will generally kill the first 3 Cryptshays. And then then just having Aerith shortcut Thunder should be enough to kind of force the Thunder, basically force it to kill them. And then this way you're not like chasing them or having to like go after them. We also equipped Tifa. We haven't done it quite yet, but you'll start eventually seeing us have Tifa do a move called Star Shower. Star Shower, you'll see a lot of it once we learn it, but basically Star Shower is a move where it empowers, not only does it have like a wide AoE effect, but what it does is it empowers Tifa's next immediate attack. So we're talking like use Star Shower and then immediately do something else, like a
Every little bit helps.
I just want to finish that fight real quick. Yeah, so Star Shower. So with Star Shower, what basically happens is she's going to do this like wide, very fast multi-hit attack that also has like a vacuuming effect. So it's great for like crowd control. But if she has like 2 ATB, or if we are controlling her and we do like an uppercut, or we have her do another ATB action, like let's say another Star Shower or a limit break, it's going to make the damage from that ability do 70% more damage. And so that's an important thing to note on some of the later fights where Tifa becomes kind of the main DPS, or where Tifa is used for some good damage output. And she's very important for the boss fight at the end of chapter 12, which is why we need to learn Star Shower before the end of chapter 12. Because feathered gloves is kind of a crappy weapon, but metal knuckles is a very powerful weapon for physical damage. So we want to basically learn the ability so we can have metal knuckles on to dish out the most damage with the ability. Here we get our first taste of ghouls. There aren't a lot of undead enemies, but the ghouls can die from Phoenix Downs. Phoenix Downs are random drops up to this point. There was a chest back in chapter 5 that would give us 3 of them if we chose to get it, but I don't. We only got 2, so admittedly we cannot go for the strat per se. I mean, we could do one of them, but we can't. So you want to hopefully have, because we fight, there's 2 ghouls there, another 2 at the end, 1 in this room. So you generally want 2 Phoenix Downs for the last 2 ghouls to get through that fight quicker. You can make 1 work if you need to, or kind of hope you get 1 in a box here, but and if we take, okay, the other thing with ghouls or ghosts is that they have the chance to become immune to physical and magical damage. So if I'm hitting them with physical attacks, they might go immune to it. So you want to react quickly to killing them and not waste too much time like fighting them, because if you attack them too much while it's physical, they'll become immune to it, and then it just kind of throws off the whole strat. That you got to switch to Aerith or cast the spell. And Hardage has terrible magic stat. That's why we only really use it with higher power spells on like weaker enemies. But time for another boss battle. For some reason, this chapter gets 2 bosses. So this is like the mid boss for this chapter coming up here. It's a very straightforward fight because it's got a cool little gimmick, which you'll see in phase 2. All right. Got him staggered, and then the Aurora will do a lot of damage. Switch the Tifa so she can passively gain some ATB. So what we did in phase 1 there essentially is we had Cloud walk over to the ghoul, dash in, and then those little blue orbs floating around are attacking you. And so we quickly dash in to counter one of those little white orbs, and then we do a Braver into a Fire Aurora for damage. Here we're just gonna parry sail over to the dive kick. Right as the dive kick lands, we're actually going to toss an elixir and kill it instantly. Check it out. Elixir for the win. So the elixir will do 9,999 damage on the ghoul, and there used to be a strat where we would use 2 elixirs, but getting the second elixir required you to open up a chest that was a little bit out of the way and wall market. The 1 elixir we get for the entire run is given to you at the end of the Roche fight, so it's a little bit like, well, we've already got it, so let's make use of it. And because honestly, phase 2 is kind of a crap storm if you let it get out of hand, and so it's easier to do kind of a slower phase 1 to just damage down phase 1 and then do the item toss on phase 2 and trying to manage the different weaknesses and whether it's weak to magic or it's weak to physical, depending on like what color phase in phase out it is. But yeah, that's the ghoul fight. And then before that, we need to move some materia around. Tifa's going to get this first strike materia. Then she's going to get subversion literally for the next fight and next fight only, because the boss is going to make themselves protected by magic attacks. And so we don't really want them to be protected because the fight is going to take a lot longer if they aren't hurt by magic. Here we're going to put Thundara shortcuts on everybody just to prep them for later. But yeah, the boss at the end of this chapter will make itself basically reflect magic spells in the second phase, and so by using Breach, we're going to nullify that so we can basically push through a quicker phase 2. But before that, we've still got a few fights to get through.
It's moving. Maybe now we can get to the other side. Man, come on.
Is it cool if I read a quick donation?
Yeah, go for it.
It's good friend Saru Watari donates $1. Hope you're prepared for this. It entails a lot of work. For those that care, Mickey Mouse is now public domain. Let's go make a JRPG featuring Mickey and the gang that isn't Kingdom Hearts. We gotta keep Nomura away from it after all. That I am quite busy this weekend, but like maybe next weekend we could make a JRPG. I don't know, Woody. How are you for time?
Could be down. Not my strongest suit, but I could be down. I'll put it in my planner. Yeah, breach the 1,000-year blood war.
This path is blocked too, but we're so close.
All right, well that fight, unfortunately, because of the lack of Phoenix Downs, did get a little awkward because we had to kind of beat down the ghost. Though I probably should have switched the Cloud to do the like Braver strat when he was immune to magic. But we're also a little bit on a time gate because we want to take Tifa to the other end of that platform, and so she can do a star shower right as those Cryptshays land, because if they all they all land kind of in a group and you can kind of take them all out in like one star shower. It's really nice.
Why am I not surprised?
I do believe Steamboat Willie is the one in the public domain. I don't know if the general Mickey Mouse consensus is. I don't have all the info on that. Here's where ladders are your enemy. Such a tiny window of interaction.
Now that's just me.
I'm waiting.
Maybe this will do the trick. Enjoy the ride. And we're
Thank
safe.
you. Oh, sure. Now we get the Phoenix Down drop when I don't need it. That's adorable. And time for the next fight. So we need to ether Aerith, because Aerith needs 50 MP for this next fight. Eldor got a little too close, so they took a hit, which was not intended, but it's fine. Still get through the phase. A little bit slower than we would have liked, but still a proper phase. Everybody ending with 2 ATB each. So normally, like Cloud will counter sooner, and you know, doesn't get hit, and everybody doesn't get hit down, and there's like delays on it. But here we're gonna use Breach to get rid of that reflect there, attack for a little bit until it's gone, and then we're going to Aurora into an Aurora, which will push this phase. And we want to do it while Eldor is airborne, because if Eldor falls to the ground from the stagger, he will have to climb, or it will have to climb to the top of the sky before it can be pushed to this final phase you see here. And here we're just going to spam triple slash and 2 Blizzaras, and it should kill. Normally what will happen on that last phase that you want to go for is the strat we used to do is you would actually switch to a character like Tifa or Cloud, usually Tifa, and you would attack the wheels, because if you break the wheels, it like pressures Eldor and like stops it from moving, and then like if you break both wheels, then it like staggers it. But with the damage from Blizzara and then the stalling with triple slash, it kind of holds him in place, and we're able to basically kill him just that way. And then time for our final fight against the Enigmatic Spectre. Last time we have to fight it. Fight will be a little bit quicker, in theory. Classic Tifa though, Tifa miss. Apparently she targeted the wrong thing, but it happens, it's fine. And we're on to the infamous tower climb from the OG game. Before that, we have a menu to do. Let's see, so we want the basically going to take all the materia off Aerith, because we are not going to see her until chapter 17 at this point. Let's see, so he's going to get the wind materia, and then I believe it's lightning here and thunder there. Yep. And then we need Iron Blade, because there's a lot of enemies, and magic is going to be our best friend to take them out. Titanium bangle, and then he gets the earrings. All right, cool. So yeah, we switched to Iron Blade because at this point Iron Blade is the more powerful magic weapon, and Hard Edge has like no magic, and there's a lot of humanoid enemies, and a lot of it's like solo cloud fights, and the magic is just powerful. So it's better to equip Iron Blade and use Fire and Fyra throughout the essential climb of this area. So here we're gonna basically try and bait and hope all the enemies are gonna follow us up here into this corner area, where we're gonna basically nuke them all at the same time. Does not look like they grouped up. Wow, they really did not group up very well. So probably one of the weaker occurrences of enemy grouping. Usually I'll get all of them but one. That was the first time where I had 3 people alive. But yeah, we basically want them all to follow me into the corner there, so I can basically nuke them with one fire. But it's fine if it doesn't happen. You just try to group as many you can. You want to throw like a fire, because a fire is going to use too much MP, which means you'll have to use more ethers, and again, ethers can be very tight here. These guys will die to basically a single Fyra. Then we'll break the box while we wait for this one to spawn in, because he has to spawn in before we can kill him. He didn't mentally prepare for this bit. We're talking like the sadness, or and we didn't get the wombo combo. The Jesse part. Yes, it's very sad. So yeah, unfortunately we didn't get the wombo combo, where we take out all 3 enemies with one fire because of splash damage. Because we hide back while the 2 elite troopers run towards us, and ideally, what happens there is after you throw the fire catches the two elite troopers and kills them. Now we're gonna have a small little section here where we're gonna play as Jesse.
We need to get as far away from Sector 7 as possible, right now! Go to Sector 5 or 6!
I've got to get to 7th Heaven.
I'm sorry, I called Aerith Jesse. We're gonna play as Aerith. I was looking at chat and I saw the word Jesse. I read what my eyes saw.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect us to escape? There's a way out!
Gotta get through. Gotta find a way.
The helicopter fell out of the sky! This underground passage will take you.
Here we want to avoid running into people. On the first screen, we want to avoid running into people because you trip up. Here you want to run into people, but ideally from them being behind you, because as you can see, they'll kind of push you. So the general idea here is to move in a way that the NPCs are going to push you a little bit, because any small amount of extra ground that they help you cover is going to go a long way.
Please, I need to get through. This is it. Almost there.
There's still... No, it's not worth it.
But we're going to be done with Aerith's section here in a moment, so we're going to have to say bye-bye to Aerith until chapter 17.
Please be okay. Hold on, Marlene. I'm coming for you.
You're Marlene, right? Tell you what, we'll grow lots of flowers at your new house.
Do you think that I could help too?
Of course you can. Hey, what's your...
Bye-bye, Aerith.
Get Marlene out.
Wedge, it's on you.
I got it. Lucky I stressed.
Stay sharp.
Yeah, we got the double kill. Cool.
Well,
I believe we're going to need to use one ether. What are we at? 21. Yeah, because I need 30. So I'll have to use one ether. So this next fight is also kind of time gated, so
stay sharp.
Not a hard rule on how quickly you do the fight. Because we can't do anything until they drop off the grenade guy inside the helicopter.
Whatever you think, partner. Keep them busy, will ya?
There we go, and we learn Star Shower. She kills the enemy right as he becomes not immune.
Stay sharp.
Tell me twice. Lucky I stretched.
Here we're gonna get some limit burst, and then Cloud is just going to cross-slash the two turrets. Yeah, thanks to the wide range of cross-slash, we basically just blow up the two turrets using cross slash, and then because Fyra will kill each of the Hell Troopers, yeah, we just have to really take out the elite Shock Trooper, and he's kind of really the only complicated one. Okay. Here we're going to put Hard Edge back on. We've now learned Star Shower, so we can use Metal Knuckles. Need the Fury Ring on Tifa for this fight, and then we're going to put ATB Boost on Tifa because she's going to need it. And we'll go ahead and heal up Cloud. And now it's time for the Reno Root fight. It's another kind of big run killer because this fight can fall apart pretty easily at the seams if execution is off. So we start with a counter. Right as we counter, we do a Star Shower into a Berserk, which then goes into a Braver. Switch to Tifa before Star Shower is done to do an Empowered Uppercut, and phase 1 is done. Phase 2, we're gonna hang out on Tifa just to gain some passive ATB for a little bit here. And swap the Barrett when the helicopter gets close. Just do a combo into a Thundara, into another combo. And from there, once Reno lands, we're gonna do Overcharge. And then right as the last hit lands, we're gonna do Star Shower to keep him stunned into an Empowered Uppercut, which will end that phase. Run over to the helicopter, and once we have 2 ATB, we do an ATB boost. Tifa finish the helicopter off, switch to Cloud before the phase is over. And for phase 3, we're gonna pray. We're gonna pray to the Wombo gods. More specifically, the strat here, and this is all depending on how nice Reno wants to be, the strat is to triple slash immediately, swap the Tifa, parry in and do a Star Shower. Hopefully both guys are still standing there, and Star Shower will vacuum them in, do another Star Shower, and that will kill them. I think we got it. Yep, we did. And they're dead. We got the Wombo combo. Yeah, it's one of the funnest things to pull off in the run. Is the we call it the super combo. Because what can happen there is Reno can do a move called Flash Strike, or even like Flash Step. He's got 2 different moves that are like distance-based attacks where he like charges at you, and so if he does any of those moves, he gets out of range of the Star Shower. Because once he starts initiating the move, he can't be interrupted out of it, which is why spamming triple slash like towards him like ASAP is important. And then yeah, from there you just gotta get in there quickly with Tifa, get that Star Shower off, and get that second Star Shower off, so it does like 70% more damage, and yeah, it just melts them. If they get away, then you have to do like a backup. It honestly gets really messy because at that point you just have to like you have to kind of play it by ear based on their actions, because unfortunately a lot of things that Reno and Rude do have a lot of keep to it. So if you played a Dark Souls game or any Soulsborne game, you may be familiar with the term keep. And believe it or not, Final Fantasy VII Remake has keep and cut, which is, you know, it varies on difficulty for easy, normal, and hard. That's why on hard, like machine gun fire from random soldiers may interrupt your spells, whereas on easy they don't. I mean, it's kind of the same thing here. So like Tifa's Star Shower, I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but it has like one of the highest keeps in the entire game. Like once she does Star Shower, the only thing that will interrupt her out of Star Shower is a Riot Trooper's shield. Like if I Star Shower into a Riot Trooper shield, it will knock her out of it. But beyond that, like not like it's like nothing else will knock her out of it. So we use that in some fights to basically, as I like to call it, face tank attacks from an enemy. You'll see it in chapter 15, where Cloud will eat an attack from an enemy in the middle of a spell, because on easy I can cast something like Thundara and the enemy attack won't interrupt my cast of Thundara. So Cloud will, like, Cloud and Tifa in different fights later in the run will both straight up eat a hit from an enemy, just to gain limit break while doing another move in the middle of it. Oh no, the plate, panic. Yes, we've reached the more emotional, sad part of the run. It's the infamous plate falling scene from the OG game. But this time around, they've decided to expand more on the aftermath instead of the aftermath happening, them going to see Marlene so Barrett can know she's safe, and then heading to Wall Market where they get the batteries and climb the tower and all that. They decided to instead have us go back to Sector 7 and try to find any survivors like Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse. And so Cloud is reminded of a shortcut that Aerith showed him getting back to Sector 7. So now we're going to run all the way back to the playground so we can use that underground entrance to try and find some survivors.
The main entrance to Sector 7 is buried under rubble now. So how are we supposed to get back inside?
Underground passage in the park.
Good plan.
But how do we get to the park?
I know another way to get there. Aerith showed me before.
Of course, it means we will have to go through the collapsed highway again. Luckily, no robotic arms this time.
My ears are still ringing from it.
This kind of thing isn't supposed to happen.
Over there.
All right. So chapter 13 is also infamously known as the Barrett chapter. So we'll use Cloud and the full gang here for this first part, but then we'll have an entire section of Barrett doing stuff on his own.
Let's keep moving.
Piece of cake.
That's the way to do it.
This is also where we're going to get the magnify materia, because now it has fallen to the ground thanks to the disruption of the plate falling. So another example here of where we turn the camera because the game is going to make us look over here.
There, that way. We'll have to fight our way through, but it's our only shot.
I still enjoy Barrett magically warping in front of us, but here's where you'll get your first real glimpse of parry-sailing once we get into this first fight, because we're going to skip all these next couple of fights. Oh, we have to be in combat to switch to Tifa to do this. We swap over.
We doing this or what? One by one, we are all done.
My turn. Then, no holding back. Try me. You're mine. Keep those
All
gloves
right.
up.
Sure thing, coach. Worked up a good sweat.
Couple more banded battles. I was afraid that was gonna happen.
Take him down. Let's go.
Yeah, that fight against Beck's bandits and the grungy bandit they've added. That one's another kind of like, it's a very variable fight just because of the nature of the like enemies. Okay, they finished them off. Cool.
Let's keep it up.
Yeah, because the trap laying down just makes it very challenging for Cloud to do some of his moves and stuff like that. So, and they like spread out a lot, and sometimes the big guy wants to like pile drive you, and it's another one of those fights where you kind of have to like, you have like a strat in mind you want to do, but then you like adjust based on like what actually ends up happening. But this will pretty much retire the Cloud part of this chapter, because there's no more fights between now and when Cloud goes missing. There's some cutscene skips and a menu that we're going to do here in a little bit.
This is bad.
Finally, I can use some fresh air.
Essentially, with this next menu, there's just a bunch of moving some important material over the bear, because Barrett's going to be by himself, so he's got to make sure he can properly handle some of these fights. So we're going to move our first strike materia from Cloud to Barrett. Then we're going to take basically going to move wind and subversion over, and then we're going to take subversion, move it here, and then we're going to switch this to magnify. I think it's 18 boost here, and do Blizzard magnified, Blizzard magnified. That's already Thundar, and then this. A lot of Blizzard, a lot of monster enemies in this next section. Monster enemies are predominantly weak to ice moves, so that's why we're going to use magnified Blizzard, try and take them out. But because we talked about it earlier, dodging and dog enemy as well.
That one was a lot closer.
One of Barrett's second fight when he's on his own coming up here is an example of where dog dodge RNG can make you feel a number of ways, emotionally speaking. Those emotions being potentially tilted.
Can you hear us? If you can hear me,
Can you hear me? Anyone there?
But in addition to the super combo I showed off with Reno Rude, I'm very looking forward to the boss at the end of this chapter, because there's another really dope strategy one of our runners by the name of Hello Internet came up with, and it's just so much fun to perform.
Is this all that's left of Wedge's place?
This is also where we see our last save load, if I remember correctly. This is the last time we're going to save and load. The cat kind of turns around and does that. We do this to make the cat go down automatically, and then pretty much lets us interact with this right away versus waiting for it to run down a bit. But yeah, I believe that is the last save load of the run. Now it's time for some Barrett action.
Hang in there. Must be a secret shimming facility.
During the section, because of how slow Barrett moves, you get used to him saying, "Do you really want to throw down with me?"
You really want to throw down with me?
So we're gonna kind of run off to the side here a little bit, and then we're going to focus shot and miss everybody, because sometimes that's just the luck of the draw using that move. All right, but that took him out. You don't want to be too close to this rock when you end. So if you're too close to this rock when you finish the fight, you have a chance of getting this bug where you can't break the rocks. So you never want to be close to the rock when you finish the fight. You want to be a little bit off to the side.
How long did it take him to build all this?
And now the infamous dog battle. We're gonna get nice dogs. We're gonna get something. Apparently one dog decided it didn't want to actually do anything. I'm very confused. I've never seen that before. Okay. That was weird. Okay, fair enough. He wants to showcase things for me. That's fine. I see how it is. And then we do a magnified Blizzara, which should hopefully catch. Yep, caught everybody. All right. So far, so good. Minus the awkward dog fight, because the one dog literally got stuck on the wall. It's been fine. So Blizzara is good for these guys because they're weak enough. Here we'll do a Blizzara because it's got a wider range, so just make sure that the little guys will go down most likely.
Just no escaping the mist there.
And we're gonna flee from all these fights, or from this fight. We don't need to actually do it.
I'm really going to enjoy burning it all down. Tifa! Hey! Tifa! You okay?
To tell you the truth, not really. I think there's a nest around here somewhere. Can you take care of it?
I got you.
Alright. Use one ether on Barrett, because he'll need it to get through this next fight. He's gonna cast Thundara twice. Now, luckily he doesn't need to use any magic on the boss fight, so it's fine. Here we're just gonna run with Barrett. We don't need to swap to Tifa. And we actually have her Star Shower and hope she kind of catches some strays. Looks like she actually caught a bunch of strays. I think she killed everybody, actually.
I'm afraid to ask, but did you just shoot your way in here?
And we got a quick little menu. Yep, we swap these two. With her ATB boost, because she's gonna need it. That should kill it. There we go. Almost got silenced there. Should have made it a little bit awkward. I guess I would have just did a focus shot then if he'd silenced me. But it is time for the boss battle. Almost time for the boss battle as I get stuck on walls. Alright. So this is kind of an interesting boss because the boss doesn't actually show up until technically phase 3. We have to fight a bunch of random creature things first. Alright. Got through the first wave. This should hopefully kill. Okay. It did. All right, cool. That's essentially phase 2. Because once this part happens, you just need to climb up here and then it pushes to the next phase where the big bad voodoo daddy himself shows up. Now watch this. This is a really dope strat somebody, Hello Internet, came up with, another runner. What we're gonna do is we're going to cast Magnify Blizzara and immediately do Somersault. So that way by the time Blizzara goes off, we will get our limit break back. So we cast it, use it, bam, limit break back. And phase 3 is over. No playing around with the appendage or anything like that. And we're gonna do Star Shower into Somersault and boss will be dead. This is that 70% boost. Bam. What happens when you give your limit break 70% more damage? Just melt. Yeah, Tifa's a beast. Star Shower is so broken. The Star Shower into limit break just does insane amount of damage.
I'm gonna look around for the others. He made it, didn't he? They could still be alive.
But we've made it to chapter 14. So we're not quite ready to climb the Shinra Tower. We need to figure out how to climb the Shinra Tower. So we decided to go talk to Don Corneo. Yes, the waifu chat has the waifu conversation has begun. I'm aware of what I signed up for. I know what comes with running Final Fantasy VII related games. Look, I get it. It's a mix of everything from who's your favorite character, what's the best Final Fantasy, what's the best soundtrack. It's a lot of the same stuff.
All the roads and public transit have probably been locked down by now.
So what's the
I'm very familiar with my community's common conversation topics.
Someone who might.
You mean Corneo?
Round 1, fight. The wheel of fate is turning. Heaven or hell.
Because boy, do I have some news for you.
Yeah, I hope Hojo's actually still in Costa del Sol.
How far could they have gone?
Alright, gonna talk to Chadley one final time. Because we're gonna get the ATB stagger materia from him. Which is great, because what it's gonna do is it's going to allow us to basically what ATB stagger will do is I'm going to stagger somebody, and whoever has the materia on, if they do the staggering, they will get a boost of ATB. And so what it can a lot of times do is it will take, like, I'll use ATB and then I will stagger them, and because of ATB stagger, I'll have my ATB back. And so it allows me to occasionally like spam spells. Like you'll see a lot of spell spamming in like the next chapter and even parts of this chapter.
Do we really have to deal with Corneo again?
Got no other choice.
But this is the kind of point of no return for people playing this casually, because I mean, I guess it's not quite yet there. You can do the story part of this, and then after you complete the story part of it, then you can do all the side quests, and then it's the point of no return. But this chapter is really the last time that there's like a free explore hub system of like side questing and missions and things you can do before you kind of have to say bye-bye to all that and focus on the story. Oh, plenty of Magnify enjoyers. We love Magnify, and you're gonna really see Magnify in full frontal starting really with this chapter. We used it in the last chapter, but it really takes its effect starting here. Speaking of that, I need to I guess we don't do the menu actually until we go into the sewers. Yeah, we're gonna go back into the sewers because we're looking for Don Corneo, who has run away into the sewers, essentially. So we're gonna chase after him. Yeah, it's slower. It's not ideal. All right, so we're gonna upgrade Mithril Saber to be a balanced weapon. We're gonna finally upgrade this back to attack. We're going to do Metal Knuckles attack and then manual until the end. Mithril Claws will go straight to attack. Cloud need no. We got Galaxy percent. So I hit circle enough times. Galaxy percent is where you accidentally open up the upgrade menu with a weapon and see the little space thing that you just saw there. Complete oversight and menuing on my end to get that. All right, we get Fury Ring. We're finally getting rid of DD and doing Stagger. And then we're gonna put Magnify there, and then Tifa needs Stagger. And then we're gonna move this to Cloud, and then put Magnify there. And then we're going to move Wind and Fire over, and need First Strike. And then we're gonna put Lightning on Tifa. And then we're going to update battle settings. This will be Magnify Arrow. And then need to unmagnify the Blizzard spells. If I was remaking 7, my first thought would be, damn, what about the Dawn's Bodyguard though? What's 7? What is 7 really missing? It's chasing a pig monster. It was definitely kind of a random addition, but yeah, the revisit of the sewers and the bringing back of Abzu. I mean, it's interesting. It's interesting for sure. Maybe not necessary, but still interesting.
Hell yeah!
Maybe dial it back a little.
So pretty much throughout the sewers here, a lot of these fights are gonna pretty much be a combination of Cloud casting Magnify Arrow or Cloud casting Fire Spell, except for this part here where we're going to basically parry sail our way out of here until we're by the ladder. We don't need to fight any of those fights. One thing we didn't really point out is the blue goo enemies have the ability to put you to sleep. So we have to kind of pray that they don't put us to sleep. We have to be mindful of those bubbles.
You're good at this.
Told you so.
Because we must respect the blue goo. If you don't respect the blue goo, you will kill your run.
Would kill for a shower.
Jesse and Big Stash is coming.
Yeah, with how powerful so Mithril Saber is Cloud's best magic-based weapon, and so with that, his magic spells hit so much harder as a result, and so that's why like we can use things like Magnify Arrow and still kill the crabs, because crabs are kind of weak overall. It's because that they have the ability to guard and reduce damage heavily is why they don't need as much HP. But when you use something as a magnified spell, it does have a diminished return in terms of damage output, so it doesn't hit as hard. But thankfully, like I said, high magic spell and low HP enemies make a low level spell like Magnify Arrow a better option and less MP usage. But now we're gonna finally buy ethers, even though we've actually been pretty good about ethers in terms of drops. But we are going to buy 31 ethers. I struggle to do that input. Gotta make sure I don't forget to ether Cloud here. I've done that a few times now. Take out the rats. Hey, we just got our ether back pretty much. Coming up is a triple Sahagin fight. This fight can be very dangerous in certain categories, to where they could just basically get in there and just wreck your face like it's nothing. Like on normal, that fight can be a run killer because those things hit so hard if they jump. And if you don't like catch them with like splash damage or catch them next to each other with the magnify spells, it just hurts.
Give it all you got.
Here we've got little baby Abzus called Abzu Shotes. Thankfully, they're really weak to fire. So a single fire spell unmagnified will generally one-shot these little guys. We're gonna ATB boost into a Magnify Aurora, and then once the two shotes fly towards us, we'll hit them with a Fire to kill them both, thanks to the splash damage from it. Sorry, for a second there, I thought I didn't have enough MP to do another Welcome in Raiders, do another fire spell, so I hesitated when I didn't need to, per se.
So, gonna make us work for it, are you? I'm not gonna hurt you.
Ether Cloud twice because he has exactly 0 MP. All right.
Good job.
Whatever, man. Let's go.
So this little guy here has stolen the key to the door to reach where the Dawn was, and so we've been chasing after him to get the key back. It's like a more elevated version of a shote. It's a mischievous shote. So here we want to damage it quick and fast, because if we damage it too much, what will happen there is it will spawn a bunch of add-ons, and then the fight gets really awkward at that point. But so to kind of explain it a little bit more while we have time before the next fight. So the way that the fight works is as you fight it, when its HP gets to, and it's been a year since I've talked about it, I want to say it's like 80%. It's like an 80% threshold, give or take, of its HP. It will summon add-ons, and it makes the fight just a lot more awkward. But we found that if it's staggered, it won't summon those add-ons. So the idea there is that we want to stagger it as quickly as possible, and so the best way to do that is to cast Blizzara, because Blizzara is a spell that has a low damage amount, so it doesn't hit very hard, but it builds a huge amount of pressure gain. And so the goal there is to basically get Cloud to ATB with ATB boost, have Barrett get some ATB with overcharge. Tifa's already got ATB, and then you basically pass Blizzara with Barrett and Tifa, which will then build up enough pressure that Tifa can just punch out the shote to reach the last bit of his stagger, and then 2 fires from Cloud and a Star Shower will nuke that fool. But we're going right into our next fight, a rematch with Abzu. And I've already messed up the fight, so I'm going to just restart it. So, not supposed to do Fire. I'm supposed to do double arrow. So, better to just restart at this point. So, we do double arrow real quick. And once we get limit break, we use cross slash. Switch to Barrett. We do focus shot. We want to immediately do another Aurora, and we're going to hope that we get another stagger, which we did. There we go. And we, just like in other fights, we build Abzu's pressure bar within a single hit of staggering. And since we did get limit, we're going to do something similar we did with Tifa. We're going to cast Magnify Aurora, immediately do Cross Slash. That way we get our limit break back. Cloud will hit him with the move, and then Tifa's dive kick will push the phase, and then we have a limit break again. And then kind of the same idea, but this one's a little different. We're gonna just throw fire, do a star shower, immediately go into a counter because these little guys are gonna come at me. Right as he's about to enrage, we throw another fire, then we do another cross slash, and he's dead. And we move Tifa pretty much to the door. And that is that fight. Yeah, the fight went really well, minus the fact that I had to retry because I did the wrong spell, but that's the beauty of PS5 loads. If you make a mistake, and you can retry a fight pretty much immediately.
Ready to do this? Once we start, sure you want to.
Yeah, time to get to chapter 15. The climb. The mithril claws, and then we get over here. Basically need Magnify Aurora and Magnify Fyra.
Gotta be careful. No telling what's gonna collapse or win.
Bobby, where did Daddy go?
Don't worry, sweetie. Everything will be okay.
No.
Now we're trying to climb the wreckage.
Why did this have to happen?
Hey,
A friend of ours.
it's too dangerous for you, maybe. Just try to be careful.
So here we're gonna one thing I hadn't talked about is one of the changes between base game and integrate. And so one of those changes was that the arrow spell became a arguably guaranteed hit move. So in base game 7 remake, you would cast arrow, it would cast on the enemy, there was a delay, and then it would fire off. The problem is it didn't stick to the enemy. So if you casted it on an enemy that was moving, they would always move out of the way. And so that made this next fight a pain in the butt, because these rakes always move. They don't stand still. And so with the change in intergrade, what happens now is the spell actually homes in on the enemy, thankfully. So that's one super handy thing about it, is it made that fight, which used to be super RNG with execution.
So that's where we have to climb?
Yeah, the drakes can go out of bounds. They can, like, the fight can still be messy if you don't react quick enough. Like if you hit a drake like outside of like an area where Cloud can reach him, it might make like the execution a little awkward. But for the most part, it's a very straightforward fight now, because wind magic will now home in on the enemy. Technically, if they move fast enough, they can still kind of move out of the way, but the drakes don't usually move fast enough for that to matter. And then here we do a bunch of small menus where we swap fire and wind depending on the enemies. Oh, I guess this is actually the only time we do that. All right, they grouped up, which is good. So if they group up, the splash damage will generally kill them.
Come on, we need to get inside.
And I might awkwardly be causing the skip, and we'll just have to backpedal from it. I think I moved quick enough. Oh, okay, no, we didn't. Sweet. All right, so now we have a gauntlet of enemies to fight here. So this is like 5 battles in a row without stopping. Oh, sweet. Okay, that went pretty well. They all grouped up pretty heavily with one another. So we switched the fire for that fight, but then we are going to switch to win for the rest of the chapter.
I just hope that this time it holds.
I think I triggered auto run, which will make part of this, because you want to face towards the grappling point to cut down on the time it takes to actually grapple. We just do a double Aurora, which should kill everybody.
That it?
Get Cloud to max MP.
Concentrate.
Do a Thunder of Cloud, Thunder with Tifa, Thunder with Cloud. And that will kill the Blast Ray. Blast Rays are pretty chunky boys. You can only build their pressure gauge after dealing a certain amount of damage to them, so their gauge won't go up until you've dealt the damage, and then the gauge will go up. So we'll use Thunder, it'll build it part of the way, and then we'll use, you know, Thunder again. So that's like 3 Thunders will generally kill a Blast Ray.
Just thinking about busting into Shinra HQ's got me fired up.
Save some for later.
No need, son. I've got more than enough to keep me going today.
So
This the only way?
just another chapter with a bunch of fights, a lot of magic being tossed around. This is where we, you know, start to see a lot of those ethers being used, because the magic at this point with the Mithril Saber is just going to hit so hard that it's more worth it than a lot of the like physical attacking we might do.
And then some. Pow! Going in. Now you're in for it.
All right, there we target. We basically do an ATB boost at the beginning. We then target the Cerulean Drake, do a double Magnify Aurora, which will kill the 2 Biopolis. And then we use triple slash just to gain distance towards the Drake, but we have Tifa's Star Shower actually kill the Drake. So we use the triple slash more as like a gap closer, really, than anything else.
And then some.
And then once the arrow spell is on, yeah, for that one, once we cast Aurora and we see the wind particles on the Biopolis, we have Tifa do Thundara. And Tifa's using her Mithril Claws, which is a better like melee weapon of hers. We're trying to just walk into this because we're trying to just run, do a light jog until we get to the end of the trailer, and bam, no missile nonsense, no bullet nonsense to deal with. And that is the wrong direction. So we ether Tifa once. Need Cloud to be at full. Right, basically want to get 2 ATB. So double Blast Ray fight can get pretty hefty. We just moving quick and fast with Thunders and Thundaras between everybody just to take them down as quickly as possible. And then these guys go down pretty much instantaneously with a double Aurora. Did not get lucky with ether drops or turbo ether drops, so I had to use the other stuff. I want to briefly pause the game because in this game when you have auto upgrades set up, when you pause the game, if there's upgrades to get, the game will get it. So there we just briefly paused the game to get the upgrades that we would get. We're just gonna heal Cloud up because Cloud's gonna have to face tank a laser shot here from Valkyrie in a moment. We're gonna overcharge. We're gonna swap to Cloud, and he's basically just gonna wait out getting 2 ATB. Once he has 2 ATB, we Thundara, ATB boost, switch back to Barret. He's gonna Thundara, and then he's going to basically shoot until he has a second ATB. And then he's going to use Thundara again, which will push this phase. So we take a slower phase 1 because phase 2 in Intergrade PS5 version is not as predictable or not as manipulable as it is in the PS4 version. So we opt for a slower phase 1 to basically blitzkrieg phase 2 instantaneously by having everybody cast Thunder, Thundara, and all that stuff. And then bam, that phase is over between Cloud, Tifa, and Barret, all chucking out Thundara's there. And then with the final phase, we have to be quick because we don't pressure him right away. He's going to put up a anti-magic shield. So we need to use Thundara immediately, which will basically pressure him. And then Cloud's going to get in there, do a combo to stagger. The minute he staggers, we're going to cast Thundara to eat the laser and build up limit break. So then we can do cross slash to then take the boss down. So that would be the example of where we face tank a move from an enemy, essentially. So we face tank the laser. It will not only damage Valkyrie, but it's going to give Cloud enough damage to give him a limit burst or limit break. I don't want to call it limit burst. To give him a limit break, and then that limit break, while physical damages are not as strong on Valkyrie, his HP is low enough at that point that cross slash will in fact kill him. And now we're on to chapter 16.
We're here to rescue Aerith.
So chapter 16 kind of starts off with a banger. It's basically a giant garage battle of nonsense, and then after that we'll just have a bunch of walking around. Some of the last heavy walking around before it becomes more of like a fight after fight thing. Yes, the level up materia chapter. So we do magnify this. And here we want to run, and we want to kind of cut them off at the top here, so they're all grouped up, and we can do this. And triple slash to finish the fight.
Let's keep moving. Should be a service entrance.
Ether Cloud here. Tifa will melt them.
No surprises there.
I'm gonna use one turbo ether here because it's quicker than trying to ether him a bunch. Get the middle guy. And basically just gonna spam fire until everybody dies. And that's the power of ATB stagger, because I just have to keep staggering enemies and it keeps giving me back ATB.
This building's incredible.
A shining monument to corporate greed.
And then we're going to ether one time because we need 20 MP for the next two fights.
But not today.
As we'll do a little bit of healing while we wait for them to walk and talk.
I don't know about
shit. Let's just keep heading up.
So, how do we get upstairs?
Either the elevator or the emergency stairwell.
Isn't the lab we're looking for on one of the top floors? I think we take the elevator.
So we don't have a key card, so we want to get a key card, but the only way to get a key card is by climbing into the open hole above the security desk. And Tifa is the most applicable person to actually do this. And yeah, it also has one of the best tracks in the game that you only hear here.
Okay. I thought I was dead for sure.
Seeing as the game wanted you to be able to play as each character in their own section, because we played as Aerith trying to save Marlene, we played as Barrett in the beginning of chapter 13. This is Tifa's time to shine. Yeah, just gonna be doing a little bit of monkey barring.
Hand over hand, huh? That's
The reason I forgot I had the turn. Hold that for a little too long.
This isn't so bad. Pretty close now. Just need to make it over there. Almost there. Just need to get across those platforms.
That is the end of the Tifa monkey bar section. So from here, if you were playing the game casually, or if this was like a marathon run that had like a bid war, this is the part where you would either take the stairs or you would take the elevator. And the stairs do take about like 8 to 9 minutes, so we don't take them traditionally in the speedrun. So we take the elevator, because the elevator is basically just a couple cutscene skips and like 2 fights. But that would be the time where you get to experience the classic stair process. More traditional speedrunner, see no darts, no stairs, no Jesse.
Why is this whole thing?
I don't know about
You think everything's...
Yeah,
If it is, then bring it on.
I don't know how Jesse fits into that, but fair.
Man, why we gotta get all these damn keys?
Well, that's just because I played poorly.
This is Shinra HQ.
I took too much damage. We didn't actually get the Jesse kiss. Normally we do get it. It was arguably just a really bad bike section this run, which it can happen. My timing's still not what it used to be in that section. So coming up is our kind of last 2 breaks of the run. Because when we enter these rooms here, we can't go to the next part of the room until the dialogue is like done playing. It's giving us the tour, and they're both like 55 seconds each. The 2 times we do this.
And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. The next exhibit will teach you about the important work we do here by giving you a closer look at each of our divisions. I hope you're ready to be amazed, because you simply won't believe all the exciting adventures we have here.
These all look so familiar.
Because we've destroyed a bunch of them already.
It is good. It is good. I mean, he does kind of go around doing that. It's just we happen to know the exact person to talk to, so we don't run into the same process.
Here at Shinra, we strive to ensure the safety of all residents around the clock. Moving along, the next exhibit will teach you all about the miracle of Mako energy and our reactors, as well as the city of Midgar itself. So come on!
Actually, I forgot to use this time to ether Cloud. I was supposed to max out his ether.
Welcome to the Visual Entertainment Hall, where we showcase Shinra's cutting-edge technology.
Have to be careful about doing it on the stairs, because if you get too far away, sometimes the game will like literally make you stop moving.
Congratulations!
I got caught up in the idea of taking a break that I forgot to heal up, but it's fine. I don't need to be like healed up until like towards the end. But yeah, we're just, we're going through the different floors of the Shinra headquarters, trying to find Aerith, and we have to get our key card updated to be able to access different floors and figure out like what's going on.
The mayor is working with Avalanche.
So we meet the mayor, and the mayor has apparently been working with Avalanche, and has helped us in a few places now. Part of the reason why we've been able to infiltrate this area, because he's like tampered with the footage.
Loyal Shinra employees, relax and recharge.
It's pretty late, but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault.
There, we're looking for the collaborator.
Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
But thankfully, it's the same person every time.
Talking to people who look the part.
Remember, say mayor.
If they say the best, then we have a winner.
The hell's that?
Combat
Might stop my
You can use
progression.
it to train for battle in a virtual space.
Just training it.
You work here?
The mayor
Is the best.
That's right.
Before I trust you.
Say what?
Do you know what
But before you can trust us, he makes us beat a simulation. It's kind of the game's way of like introducing the combat sim, which is similar to like how the Corneo like arena stuff works. Everything's a little out of order. Tifa needed to stagger the first cutter, so she would have had ATB. So we're about 2 seconds slower than I normally would be. Usually you aim for like an 18 second, like a 16 second, which you want to see out of that fight. But I accidentally had Tifa go first and then Cloud. So order of operations can be important, especially when you're using something like ATB stagger materia.
You can climb into the...
Thanks for the tip.
So that's where Chadley, one of the last times you speak to Chadley before New Game Plus, we don't need to. He just yabs on forever, and honestly, he doesn't have anything we need at this point. So we've basically been told like there's a meeting, we want to spy on it, so he tells us about some air ducts we could probably use.
That's our first priority.
That's right. We only get one chance.
So it's like chapter 8, you know, starts off with a big fight, and then it kind of slows down for the rest of it, and then another big fight happens like at the end of it, and then after that we'll have the infamous chapter 17, the longest chapter in the entire run.
Little bit of recon.
You hear the words, ask anyone?
No thanks. We can fight it on our own.
And that's a chapter of a lot of very non-stop, just fight after fight after fight, menu after menu after menu.
Huh?
Tifa.
Maybe. Oh, never mind. You're right. Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Love to show them what...
Come on. Let's just find that out.
For all you Metal Gear Solid fans, this should look very familiar. This is a predominantly Metal Gear Solid heavy channel. The Vent. In fact, when this game first came out, it had a publicized game-breaking glitch here in the vent. If you mash the button too fast when passing over a vent, you could soft lock the game. Now, plus, I don't know if you can do it in PS5, and honestly, I've never done it. Oh, okay, so it doesn't happen in the PS5 version. I was gonna say is I've never done it, even in the OG game. I never pulled it off. Patched. I figured it was patched. We no longer have to vent our grievances. There, I have to wait till Hojo turns around and stops there to trigger this cutscene. And then time for pretty much our last shop. We're gonna buy another 31 ethers as well as the binding materia. And then we should vent this guy. Yeah. That should carry us to the end. And then we've just got to do general menu here. Tifa needs her metal knuckles, and then need to move ATB stagger over, put magnify on, and then we're going to change some battle settings. So we want to put let's see, Thundaga on triangle, and let's see, magnify Blizzara on Barret. He'll need thunder here. Magnify this should be somersault, and then Aerith needs let's see, magnify this is Thundaga, and then this is just thunder. Magnify Blizzara thunder, Blizzara somersault, thunder, Thundaga. Okay, and now time for the specimen fight. So, gonna do something similar to what we did with Abzu, but we're gonna do it with Tifa. Alright, we didn't get the limit right away because we got the least favorable phase. So, the beginning of this phase, he'll either do Noxious Explosion, which on the PS4 version, that's all he did. But on PS5, he will sometimes do the rake move, and so that messes up the getting the staggers. So we're gonna do that. Want to be careful of what he's up to, because if we attack him too soon, we're going to mess up the timing. So even like right there, that was kind of dangerous. So this is another one of those fights where things can go hit or miss depending on when certain actions are performed. So we're gonna shoot off a Magnified Blizzard to try and get a limit break. And then we need to basically get a ATB to do a... No, we got knocked out. Uh-oh. All right, hold on. Things went a little sideways. Should be fine now. Okay, just a little sideways. A little sideways, but not the complete end all be all of things. So ATB just wasn't in our place there, but we face tanked some explosions. So there we just throw a bunch of fires to take those guys out. Here we're gonna do a Thundaga, which should hit both of them. And then we're going to back away because the eject has to go off. Tifa died. What she gets for standing in the middle of the explosion. I was on her. We got the shame tutorial. Shame. This should be the end of 16 once we get to the end here. But yeah, the specimen fight, that could be a tricky fight. It's another kind of run killer because the AI isn't like scripted to do everything the exact same way. You can influence behaviors, but it's not always the same. Case in point, phase 1 in base game or PS4, he would always open with Noxious Explosion. In PS5, there's a small % chance that he opens with Rake. So if he opens with Rake, it completely messes up the strategy where we do Magnify Blizzard on the little guys. Because when he cuts across it, the Blizzard will hit him and it's not going to stagger him. So it takes away like one of the staggers you would normally get. But then we have to do a slightly different strat. And then phase 2, same kind of dealy. He will like 90% of the time open the phase with the move Rake. But there are times where he will literally just stand there and do absolutely nothing. And then you have to be careful where if he's attacking you and you're like stuck in a corner, if you try to attack too quickly, he might, like he kind of did, but I waited for it where he jumps backwards. And so if I had started Star Shower into Somersault, I would have pretty much missed everything because he would have jumped out of range of the move, and it would just left things to being kind of an awkward spot.
I got this. You're up. Here goes.
Just in case.
Here he comes. This one's for you.
Awkward shortcutting, but we've got through it. There is that fight has an awkward delay when doing a shortcut. Because I tried to do it too quickly and it just wouldn't register the input, so I needed to wait a few seconds for it to actually like register. And then to finish up the conversation about Specimen, the last part of the Specimen fight, the third phase, he gets all glowy and stuff, and what happens there is he goes to the middle of the floor and he does Noxious Explosion. And this time, like, if you were to like do the strat properly, you'll basically 1 HP gate him, because he can't die until after he finishes doing Noxious Explosion. But what ended up happening there was, the timing just worked out perfectly for the enemy. I did Star Shower and I was going to do Somersault, but at the time I didn't have Somersault, but also there was an explosion from one of the little guys that like pretty much happened like right as I was telling her to do somersault, and it knocked her out of the empowered somersault effect. So we had to do things in a slightly slower kind of plan accordingly to actually get the strat off properly. We pushed through. But here we are in chapter 17. There's a little known saying in the remake community that in every run, no matter what the run is, you will always have time save and time loss in chapter 17. No matter how good, bad the run is, there's always time to be saved and time to be lost. Because this chapter has a ton of fights in it, several boss battles, especially at the end where you fight like 4 bosses in a row. In addition to a bunch of menuing, because in Remake the game doesn't let you pick your own teammates. So as you can see, there are so like Red 13 is not playable, and then there are 4 people, but you can only have 3 at a time. But there's never been, during the story that is, a point where you can freely choose who's in your team like you can in like post game, like free roam stuff where you can pick and choose more. So there's a lot of back and forth menuing as you switch between Cloud and Barrett and the oh my god, it's targeting the wrong one. Between Cloud and Barrett and then the girls. So that's why there's always time save and time loss, because, you know, there may be a run where, I don't know, the fight doesn't go as clean, or the RNG of another fight kind of messes with you. Because there's a couple enemies in this area that are completely unpredictable. We haven't gotten to them quite yet, but they do go by the name of sledge worms, which we'll talk about when we get to them.
Didn't expect any of this.
But yeah, that's why this is one of the most volatile chapters in the entire run. Even like the fight we just got through, that was actually one of the cleaner versions of that fight, because in that fight you are dealing with kind of like different groupings of enemies. So you first are dealing with 2 mono drives and 2 mono drive Mark IIs, and mono drive Mark IIs are like evolved versions of mono drives. And the problem with mono drive Mark IIs is that generally you'll fight them in pairs, and when you fight one will have a shield that makes them immune to physical damage, and one will have a shield that makes them immune to magical damage, and they cannot be on the same shield for long. Now there are, depending on how you handle the fight and stuff like that, you can make them like immune to physical, like I did briefly, but if too much time passes, one of the ones immune, whoever was originally immune to magic attacks, will now become immune to physical attacks. And so you have to move quickly. But again, it's another one of those fights where the enemy moves around a lot, they jump around the map a lot, and so it can be hit or miss on what they're doing. So you can easily lose time. And then you fight some unknown entities from 13, which die really quickly, and then another new enemy, the Moth Unit. And the Moth Unit is just kind of a bulky, I mean, it's really weak to thunder, but it's pretty bulky. Like, we use Thundaga to really kill it. Like, it takes a pretty hit to put it in its place. But yeah, the enemies in this chapter, they can only be controlled so much with the strats we have in place. Sometimes you just gotta kind of hope and pray, or you just gotta kind of know how to adjust for the current situation.
We found the door to that. All right. About those, I think we're supposed to. Essential. We were fiddling with some sort of control panel.
So here we've caught back up with the girls, and so they have activated a lever, which has activated some walkways for us, because that's kind of how this works, is that we're trying to climb to the top of this place, and to do that we need to activate various levers and things like that to gain different access to different places. And then here we're gonna have Barrett take care of that. Cloud is gonna get 2 ATB, and then it's basically just Thundara spam.
One step at a time, huh?
Wait a sec. Weren't the girls right by the door to the third ward?
There are 4 switches. One for each ward.
Yeah, so we've activated the door that the girls were near, so now it's time to let them take control of the wheel and try and find a way for us to move further. So we have to wait till they find a lever for another, basically create more platforms for us to move to another ward. And here we're going to do a menu where we're going to basically move all this materia over except wind. We're going to basically dump the wind materia. At this point, we no longer need it for anything. And then I think not get the so sometimes there you try to get all the enemies grouped up together. So again, another example of how volatile this chapter can be. Like sometimes you do that fight and you parry in and Star Shower kills all 3, and other times you are basically picking them off one by one. And then this next fight is probably one of the most dangerous ones. It's basically against a bunch of bloodhounds. So just like any dogfight we've talked about before, they can dodge you and basically cause you to miss like your spells, and they also spawn at different rates. So sometimes like you fight a dog and they might, you know, like right there, you know, they basically dodged out of the way. So we're going to try and stagger one so that we can basically reflect off of it, and then kind of do it again. Because if it's staggered, it can't dodge, which means the magnify will go off. Decent dog, but that's because what you can do is if the dogs are kind of all over the place, is you switch to Aerith, you do one melee hit, and then you just tap the Tempest button, and then that will generally stagger. Ether her to full here. So Zenanes are another kind of enemy that can be dangerous because they jump around a lot and move around a lot. They can't dodge you, or if they can, I've completely missed it all these years. But you know, they also take a hit. They don't just go down really quickly. So we basically try to Star Shower to hold them in place, so Aerith can basically nuke them with a Thundaga. And so there's 2 of them here. So the general strategy is we're gonna try to get 2 bars of ATB with Aerith, or with Tifa, because Aerith has ATB boost. And then from there, we're gonna try and basically catch one with Star Shower, and then once we catch one with Star Shower, we will basically do Thundaga. That one we missed, but he kind of held his place, and so we made it work. So again, you're seeing in action kind of the volatility of some of these enemies, and like how while you have the strats in place, they're not RNG proof or foolproof.
I hate that man, I really do. I won't give up. You jittery? Every little bit helps.
Here, Aerith's basically gonna just nuke everybody. She kills them all with one Thundara. Tifa's got metal knuckles on, so her magic won't do a ton of damage, and like physical attacks, while effective, they're not like that good against enemies. And that will cover the Tifa and Aerith first section. Everybody kind of gets played multiple times, back and forth.
Hey, Cloud. We use the.
Roger that. We're getting pretty bored.
Gonna do another menu to move some stuff around. Not move everything back to Cloud because we do need Barrett to take hold of some things for his side of the battles. We'll take that. We'll take this. Put this. Put this. This. And first strike goes to Barrett. Okay. Go. Pretty common funny meme moment is forgetting to open the door to Ward 2. And so you'll run all the way over to the door and it won't be open, and then you have to do the walk of shame back to the beginning. And here we do. See, Barrett and Cloud take care of these guys just fine. Magnify Blizzara into into a triple slash will hold them in place, and then thanks to Red 13, because when you do triple slash, Red 13 has this like habit of using Stardust Ray as kind of like a way to like join into the fight, where you're not directly controlling him, but enough to where you can make something happen at least. So now Hojo's basically testing us through a bunch of different rooms and things like that. So that's what we're getting stuck in with every one of these areas. All right, same idea. We just got to take out. So moth units are best handled by using 2 Thundaras and a Thundaga, 1 stagger. We'll replenish all of our MP at this point. And then up next is the one of the most hated fights of any remake runner, unless you're a hard mode runner, and then your hated fight is the ghoul fight. But this fight is so hit or miss because again, there's no way to really control what the sledgeworms do, and when they go underground, you can't really control anything. So sometimes you want to be a little more hesitant. So like right now, I'm hesitant to use magic because they might get up and do something. So even like right now, that was super risky. Okay, we got him. All right, fairly decent. That was actually fairly decent compared to what I've normally seen. Yeah, that fight is rough. Casually speedrun, it's just an ugly fight because of them playing whack-a-mole. The whack-a-mole stuff is a lot to take in, but that actually went pretty decent because I chose to be a little smarter about how fast I was going and not just try and spam the moves endlessly, which can a lot of times be the reason why the spells and other things miss. So here we got kind of a mini boss fight against the brain pod. It's not like a real boss battle because there's no cutscene tied to it, but it definitely is like a one-time only fight, unique enemy that just definitely messes with you. But this is another fight that's just a lot of like can go a couple different ways depending on targeting, like what enemy gets hit, where they get hit. So it's a lot of like Blizzara spam from Barrett. And I've seen it be flip turn upside down. As I swallow my pride, turn it inside, I'd find nothing but faith in nothing. One for my tender heart in a blender.
Fine. One step at a time it is.
I don't see
Want to stick around to a beautiful oblivion.
What do you know? That's the door to the fourth floor.
If we want to get in, we'll need to go all the way.
Heal up a little bit.
The passages have
So now we're gonna switch places yet again.
Please.
This time, bad stuff's gonna happen.
VHS terminal. Call up Tifa. See if they can get to the central terminal.
This time, Red's gonna get knocked away, and we're gonna need to save him.
Hey, you okay down there?
So, we're on a time limit to save him. We'll get through just fine. The risk is pretty low of him dying before we save him, but we got to switch back to the girls because they're on the same level as... Well, Red's on the same level as the girls. But before that, we need to make sure we upgrade some weapons. So Metal Knuckles goes to attack for the last time. This goes to balance. And then Cloud needs to now equip the Hard Edge. And then from there, we're going to move Lightning over. We're going to move ATB Boost over. We're going to take Barrett's Stagger Materia and put it on Aerith. We're going to put Magnify back on her. And then we're going to put First Strike on her, and that should cover that.
Let's do this. You jittery? One more shot. No surprise.
Again, opted for something slightly slower just to make sure bad stuff didn't happen.
Why can't you put a bow of rain? Get fired up.
Going to
That wasn't so bad.
do Magnify Aurora, Magnify Firaga to make them fall down.
Sorry for the wait.
Now, let's get this over with.
And what should happen here is that will kill them. There we go. We do double Firaga to take them out. And that covers that. Now we just need to ether up Aerith max for the next fight. There's a lot of ether users here. I may as well heal up while we wait for Red. Well, it is about time to get that boss rush going. So we're sort of getting to the end of this chapter. We're not like quite there because we've got to go through 4 boss fights. So our first fight is going to be up against a Sortipede. As you recall, in the original game, the Sortipede was just a regular enemy you randomly fought. Here it has been turned into a full-on boss.
I really wish
Let me just do this fight real quick.
This should make you stronger. Get fired up.
All right, we got the
Good sweat.
full kill with Magnify Firaga. Sometimes it misses and somebody lives through it.
This was a good idea.
And then
Yep.
ether her one more time. We're gonna pick up time materia. But yeah, so Sortipede. So Sortipede is an interesting fight because you fight it with both squads. So you split between the two of them. So the fight's gonna start with Barrett and Cloud. And honestly, the fight's pretty easy and it's very quick because one of the strats we do, but also just because of the execution involved. So for the Barrett and Cloud fight, it basically just needs to get to like maybe half HP-ish before it runs away, and then it switches to the girls. And it's pretty easily done by dashing in with Cloud, countering because the front of Sortipede is a continuously attacking blade of death.
Maybe.
But basically the fight will start. I'm going to dash in. I'm going to counter it. Right as I counter it, I'm going to, because I'll have ATB after I counter it, I'm going to Braver it, switch to Barret. Barret is going to use an overcharge, and then he's going to cast a Thunder. And then that should end it for that phase. That's the Barret phase. Tifa is going to do an uppercut just to get a hit in. Aerith is basically just going to attack until she has 2 ATB, and then she's going to do Thundaga, ATB boost into double Thundaga, and the fight will be over. And that is the fight.
Yes, we got it to work.
Ether up Aerith because we need her at full for the Jenova fight. All right, so that's one of 4 boss fights. That one is the quickest and least technical one of all of them.
I think it might be locked from
You had a question. If you remember what the question is, I can do my best to answer it. But before Jenova, we've got one menu, and then we'll have one more menu right after Jenova. We'll go ahead and do this now. So we put time materia on, and then we're going to put binding materia on, and then we're going to move time materia for ATB boost, drop magnify, and then move first strike from Aerith over to Tifa, and then do a bit of customization. So we're putting focus thrust back on, cross slash there, braver there, and then Barret's going to need haste on circle, and then on magnify Firaga.
What the hell?
PS5 version less heavy on the glitches.
Who would?
It's only missing one of the glitches. I don't remember if chapter 5 is still. I don't remember if chapter 5 glitches back. It might be. I think it is. But I don't know. I tried to skip. So PS5 does not have the chapter 13 skip because the barrier skip, or our version of guard skip, if you will, does not work on the PS5 version.
We're ready.
The elevator.
Yeah, so chapter 8 skip is still there, chapter 10 skip is still there, chapter 11 skip is there, chapter 13 skip is there. I don't remember if chapter 5 skip is there, because chapter 5 skip is more of a new game plus thing than a new game type thing. I mean, $10 for Yuffie DLCs, I mean, it's worth it. It's still pretty good. I mean, if you like a game enough, then paying for DLC shouldn't be that big of a deal, in my opinion. Maybe controversial opinion, but.
Where the hell is that bastard?
All right, we got maxed out MP, so it's time for the Jenova fight. This fight's gonna move fast and hard. Not hard, but fast and fast. Hey, mama. There's a lot that's going to go on to this fight. I am going to do what I can to walk you through everything, but it's basically going to be a bunch of hit hard, hit fast, try to limit staggering to only when it's needed, but for the most part, we're going to basically just hit Jenova as hard as we can. So we're going to jump in, and then we're going to do the cross slash. We're going to do this. We're going to do Star Shower. We're going to do Braver. And then we're going to do a full Punisher combo. At the end of the Punisher combo, we should move into phase 2. Once the final hit of Punisher lands, we're going to do triple slash. We'll then knock him into this weird state. Dive in, hit him to do a counter, go into a focus thrust. Then we're going to do a full combo until we get to the end, and then we're going to do another. Once we stagger, we're going to have Aerith cast haste on Cloud. Tifa's going to do another Star Shower, and Cloud's going to do a Braver. And then this will push the phase shortly. That's 2 phases down. Yeah, I mean, I wish it was longer too. This is the tentacle phase. So this phase is not necessarily gated by time, but it is gated by tentacles. So you have to basically go through 3 phases of tentacles before Jenova will become not immune. So that's the first phase. It's only a few tentacles. So then here, oh, that was really poorly aimed. So here we're just trying to pull it off. All right, that's 2 phases of tentacles. So here we're just waiting until they become targetable. So unfortunately, because of the wildness of triple slash, sometimes it will target Genova, which is unfortunate when that happens because it is a time loss. So we've got all the tentacles down. We got to dive in there, make sure we counter. No, we got to put this. So that's all right. So unfortunately, we had the bad thing happen where we did get put into stop. So one of the little circles on the ground puts you into stop mode. And so that did unfortunately happen to us. And so we didn't get the counter. So we'll get it here. Oh my God, we almost summoned Ifrit. An old meme. The classic remake meme of accidentally summoning Ifrit. So tentacle phase unfortunately didn't go as clean as it should have. That was unfortunately because we got hit with a circle that will basically put you into stop for a few seconds. So here we're gonna do this. This should kill. And bada bing, bada boom. That fight is over. So what we did in the final phase there real quick is essentially we dove in real quick, did cross slash. While cross slash is happening, we told Aerith to do Firaga because the damage from cross slash is going to make Genova become immune to physical but weak to magic. So then the Firaga hits just at the right time, loses the shield, staggers, and then Tifa does a star shower for the win. And then that fight is over. Here we're going to move Perry over to Cloud. First strike goes to Aerith now, and then Aerith is going to give Time Materia the Barret. And then she's going to need Blizzaga for the grand finale encounter. Well, actually for a few things, but now it's time for the Rufus fight.
Everyone okay?
Now, I don't know how many people know about the Rufus fight or what you can do in the Rufus fight, but it's pretty funny. So here we're going to build Darkstar's bar to near full. And it's going to push into the next phase because he would get HP gated. So we didn't want to stagger him so he can have stagger go into this next fight. I don't know if Rebirth will have Knights of the Round. That feels like a final game type of spell if they're going to have it. All right, and then we're going to dash in, stagger Darkstar, go in for a Braver, which will kill Darkstar. Darkstar is down. And then we're going to do...
Now it's just the two of us.
Of course, this would be the time where the game wants to mess with me, but assuming he doesn't dodge away from me, we're going to ATB boost. We're going to essentially do an ATB boost, put Rufus to sleep, and then we're going to Braver him. So you can actually put... Oh, hey, he landed right in front of me. So you can put Rufus to sleep, and then from there you can basically just do that. And Braver him for an instant stagger. And then we're going to get into this fight. The Arsenal fight. First, we're going to basically work on targeting these drones. Once this weak point pops up, we're going to hit it. Target drone B because Red is going to target drone B. Then we're going to go back to target C with a full Tempest because this will defeat it. Then we're going to start attacking the body of Arsenal until the homing laser happens. Hit the weak point there. Attack the body of Arsenal until we get to ATB. Switch the Barret. Right as Red staggers him, we're going to overcharge him. And then Barret's going to kill the drone, pushing us to phase 2. Phase 2, we're going to start off with a Thunder, which will pressurize... it's going to pressurize Arsenal with a Thunder. Barret's going to cast haste on... I almost forgot what the input was. So once he's pressured, we're going to do a full Tempest. Then we're going to Thundara a leg. This is going to cause a lot of damage as well as stagger. Then we're going to hit. And then we're going to Thunder another leg. And then we're going to push the phase. And then we're going to Thunder the body, but use a Turbo Ether. And then we're going to do a full Tempest. And then we're going to attack a leg until we have ATB. We're going to Thundara the leg. We're going to attack the body. Then we're going to do another full Tempest. and then we're going to Thundara the leg again.
You jittery?
And then from there, we'll have 2 ATB going into the final phase. And then the final phase is basically Thundaga, Thundara, Thunder. And then Arsenal will be dead.
This doesn't look good.
Any ideas?
Cool. And that's chapter 17. Now time for one more bike minigame. Shame Kotar is canceled. All right, y'all. Chapter 18, the finale.
I'm trying, but it won't go any faster.
How the hell do we get shouted with
Which
this
fight?
Give it up. There's still one to run.
Damn it.
Oh, against Arsenal. Fair enough. I mean, it's a fun fight. Alright, they didn't group up quite nicely for me to just do a straight spin slash. So this bike section goes through a few different phases. So phase 1 is basically a big truck and a bunch of soldiers. So once he says right now, we want to do spin slash, and then we're going to be on the opposite side of Barrett, and we're essentially going to tank these hits. And until we get a special, and then we're going to do it again. Basically, take the hit to build up limit break so we can toss a couple of these. And that should finish the truck off. There we go. So yeah, we eat a bunch of hits because the phase is over once the truck is down. But yeah, we tank the bullets because it will build our spin slash, and if you do it quick enough, you can throw out the spin slash and basically build another bar almost immediately. Because in between phases, red will heal me, so I mean, it's fine that we're taking, because we do tank a bunch of hits to help build special gauge. Here we just have to dodge a few gunfire blasts from the helicopter there. Once the markers stop moving, we can then aim to dodge them. Once he heals us, we want to stop. We break to slow down, and then once he finishes saying there's more, we spin slash, and that should have killed all 3 of the things. Move on to the moth phase. So this is the moth phase. Basically, it's going to start with a kind of a sickle slash move. So we want to tank all the sickle slash hits to build our spin slash up, and then we'll chuck it at them once we have it up, and then continue building more. And then from there, we're going to basically just do a bunch of melee combos. And what's going to happen is he's going to pull forward a little bit, and then we're going to block, and it's going to stun him briefly. And then that pushes us into the next phase. So we're going to break here. So we basically hover on top of him, so we can just start attacking him. And then that finishes that out. And from here, we just got to deal with this guy. All right. Yeah, once you get to the second part of the moth phase, that little slug ray appears, and then you got to deal with it. And then now we're on to phase 3, which is against some C-Clash soldiers. These guys control you a little bit depending on how low you get their HP, because when their HP gets low, they start doing this really awkward move where they will speed ahead of you, and then they will speed ahead of you, and then they will run into you. So it goes out of range of any ability you've got.
Shit, we got incoming. I'll take the jump. The bikes are all yours, Cloud.
So we're gonna break immediately and hug the wall here. I didn't quite catch one of them. We're gonna make them eat the fire hit so it stuns them a little bit, plus helps us. then we got him. All right, cool. That was actually pretty good. So after this phase, Barrett should blow up the helicopter, and we should be Gucci. Move on to the motorball battle. Yeah, you wanna ideally take out the soldiers kind of right before the helicopter does some of its shots on the ground, because what could happen there is if you still have the soldiers up and the helicopter is firing the shots, the ones that hit the ground and stuff, you run the risk of losing time to it building up more shots. So then you have to like literally wait for it to then fire another round of shots. But that takes care of all the non-boss related encounters. It's now time for the motorball fight.
You okay?
So this is almost like a break because once you kill the soldiers, the game is on autopilot until motorball shows up. So I mean, this is sort of a break if you have like a quick emergency, or if you need to like get up real quick and do something.
What about for a donation?
Yeah, go for it.
It's our good friend, Master Saru Watari. And he's back with, be honest, you know, it's coming. But would you buy a version of this game that puts all parts together on one disc on PS5? Blame Nomura for why we have games like this. Yeah, I think a bunch of people will buy it. But thank you for the $5.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who have still said they won't play the game until all the parts are out. So, I mean, I would see it. All right, so Motorball. So Motorball's gimmick is you can't hurt Motorball until you stagger it. And to stagger it, you have to break all 6 wheels. Well, 6 wheels, at least on phase 1. So we spin slash one side, go to the other side, attack the wheels until we get another spin slash, and then we spin slash again. And then we just attack it a bunch until the bar goes down. Then we spin slash once the wheels come up. And then we quickly get over here and we take down the wheel. All right, so only 3 wheels spawned that time, so that was good. We didn't have to take down as many. So here we're just gonna combo until we get as high as we can. Now, one thing you want to do is you have to, on the first time you stagger them, you only want to do basic combos and not spin slash. And then after he takes, basically after he wakes up and starts doing his fire move, you can normally attack him for chip damage. The thing is we don't want to attack him for chip damage on easy, because if we start attacking him, we damage him too much. What's going to happen there is this EMP phase you see happening right now, he will do that after the first stagger versus the guaranteed one to happen after the second stagger that you're seeing right now. And so that's why you want to be very careful about it. So you don't want to do too much damage until the second phase, and then you spin slash the wheels when they appear on the third phase, and then you ideally want to do it on the left side, because if you do it on the left side, so what happens with Motorball is what he's going to do, as you saw there, is at the end of his EMP phase or his EMP phase, he is going to switch his wheels around. So if you blow up the ones on the left side, you're guaranteed to just sit on the left side, and then right as he swaps the wheels over from the right side to the left, you can just attack the wheels and spin slash them. And you ideally want to spin slash them because he has a chance of putting a shield up, making the wheel impervious to damage, and so you have to awkwardly wait for it to go away before you can actually finish him off. Here we are in the not final encounter, but the next to last encounter. So here we're just trying to get to the fight. So this is an encounter made up of a bunch of small fights all in one, and there's a bit of a gimmick that's going on here in the background that I don't think the game explains at all, unless you have the Ultimanium. And essentially the way it's going to work is this: there is a hidden point system that is happening with staggers and ATB uses and kills and stuff like that. And depending on the numbers that Barrett, Tifa, and Aerith collect, your team for the Sephiroth fight will be determined by that. So that's one thing that is taken into account to avoid getting Barret because it's slower Barret. But then also in phase 1 and 2, we can't do a lot of ATB actions, or we're going to invoke the wrath of that big guy. So first things first, we have basically we're just going to mess up the targeting first. But beyond that, we're going to focus on Rubrum. The only ATB action that we're going to do is going to be Focus Thrust, because Focus Thrust does very little damage, and so that's why we're only going to do Focus Thrust. And then from there, we're just gonna hope Tifa gets 2 ATB, which we got, even though we got it beat up a little bit by VII. And then once we get correction, which is what we want to see, we're gonna run to the left here. It's gonna hopefully shoot us all the way to the right. It did for Cloud, not quite for Tifa. Placement can be worked on, so I gotta wait till Tifa gets ahead of me. I can't be ahead of Tifa here. They have to be ahead of me. But yeah, so for phase 1 that we just did in phase 2, we pretty much can't use any major ATB action unless we want to invoke the wrath of the Harbinger, doing a more powerful AoE busting move on us. So that's why we only do Focus Thrust and we only do Overcharge, because Overcharge is not an ATB action, so it doesn't count. And Focus Thrust does very little damage. It's more of a stagger move. So we do kind of the same thing here. We're going to focus on Rubrum because it's the more aggressive one, because it's going to target Cloud. And then once Rubrum goes down, we're actually just going to run over here by this car, kind of stand here so the car doesn't shoot us away when it gets knocked away. We're just going to kind of wait for intercession. And then once we see that, Barret is going to haste Cloud. They're in the cutscene. We just kind of wait it out. And then once the car goes, we're going to just roll in the wrong direction. Anyway, we're going to continue on. And now we can start using ATB actions. Because no longer are we under the looming threat of not being... Because you can't progress the fight until the first phase does correction and the second phase does intercession. So until those abilities are done, you can't move on to a point where you can actually start hurting the boss and damaging the boss's HP. Okay, good. Rubrum, sometimes he goes a little crazy there and kind of goes buck wild. I will say the second triple slash though, that was accidental, so not the ideal situation going into the next phase, but you know, we're gonna make it work. Because you want to usually have 2 ATB going into the next section.
What the hell did I just see?
A glimpse of tomorrow if we fail you today.
And when you play the game casually, this is where you start to see in the story that there may be this like alternative timeline, pseudo time travel influence or something going on here. So we want to be careful here. Oh god. Okay. So we have to be careful there because we don't want to stagger both of them, because if we stagger both of them, only one can trigger this sequence you see here. So only one can be staggered at a time, because if I stagger both of them, what will happen there is I'll defeat one of them, and then the other one will come back alive with full HP. Well, maybe, okay, half HP, but it's basically full HP for them, and that's just going to make you lose time because then you have to whittle it down again. You have to be very careful not to over stagger. And that's essentially phase 3. Say bye-bye to Barrett. We won't be using him for the rest of the run. Because he's gotta go handle Ultra Big Boy. Because it's all his.
The future is always a blank page.
Them again? Least they can do is give us a little breather.
I say we split up. Take them down at the same time.
In that case, Ultra Big Boy is all mine.
Bring it on. Alright, so phase 4. I guess it's technically phase 5. So phase 5, we open with a triple slash just to do some damage. And then from there, we just got to beat him up a little bit until it triggers the unification into Bahamut. Whisper Bahamut. So on easy, the risk isn't as high, but on normal, this boss gets pretty dangerous if you don't kill it fast enough. Because if he gets off Mega Flare, you're basically toast. Oh God. So now we're going to take down each of the Whispers individually. Finally put an end to this level shenanigan.
Did we beat him? Think so.
Here we go.
Oh God, I think Tifa just got... Tifa got stunned right as she was about to do Star Shower. All right, one more clown. All right. And ideally, you should have like 1 HP, and Barrett's gonna basically do a thunder, and the fight will be over. All right, time for the big bad voodoo daddy himself. First off, we're gonna bunny hop into a Punisher hit, into a triple slash, into another Punisher hit. Right as he's staggered, we're gonna do an op swap into a Braver, and that'll be phase 1. Oh my God, Sephiroth, this is so unexpected. Honestly, the Sephiroth fight goes very quickly. It's like a 2.5 minute fight.
Not really. It's tough.
So phase 2, very straightforward. I'm just gonna dash in. I'm going to, oh God, I did that in the wrong order. Sorry, what I was trying to say was I was going to dash in, focus thrust, and then go into Punisher mode. And then we're gonna do a full Punisher combo into a Braver. And now we'll push the phase. In this phase, Sephiroth is going to infuse himself with an element. We don't really care what element he infuses in, because Blizzaga is going to do a ton of damage to help pressure him. Because the goal is we gotta hit him hard. We gotta basically hit him hard and everything to make him pressure. And then after he's pressured, the goal is to then you know, stagger him. So he'll never go into a blizzard infusion. So he's pressured. We're going to stagger him pretty much with that. We're going to do that. We're going to do this. Tifa's going to dive kick. And there we go. And that's pretty much going to be GG's. Time is going to be when it says Sephiroth is defeated shortly after cross slash.
Any last words?
And time.
Welcome back. We can do this. We can. We can change it. Make it
Thank you for the GG's. Basking in the ending. Thank you everybody for the GG's. Sorry, we're like 12 minutes underestimate. Guess I could have took the stairs.
Just letting some of this gorgeous ending play out.
Of course.
You deserve it after 5 hours 18. What an absolute shift, mate.
It's not bad, man. 2 minutes off PB.
Careful now.
I'm enjoying the sub 520 consistency I've been getting lately
Does not yet exist.
since being back.
Our world will become a part of it one day, but I will not end.
Yeah, PB's like a 516 49.
This is
But thank you all for the GG's. We'll join the ending for the moment, but always a pleasure to run this. So very gracious of y'all to accept the run and allow me to showcase this wonderful game, which had a lot of popularity as a speedrun for a while there. Kind of died out a little bit over the last couple years since the PS5 version came out. But you know what? The sequel comes out at the end of February. I imagine there'll be a renewed interest in the world of the remake.
They'll all come crawling back to run their second game.
In theory, it depends. Maybe they changed the combat too much. Who knows?
I think based on the DLC, that the second game could be a huge improvement. We don't know until we play it. It's all speculation, but the DLC just said a lot to me.
No, I agree. DLC was really good. I'm very excited. I've watched all the trailers. I won't talk too much about it for people trying to avoid spoilers, but I'm very excited for what I've seen. I just hope it's not too long of a run, or maybe very challenging for me to do runs, which will make me sad.
7 seconds till the end. Time enough for you, perhaps.
And thank you to everybody who donated during this run. Very gracious kind of you.
Let's see.
I'm amazed that you were able to keep up such a quality, consistent commentary for over 5 hours. Like, I would be going non-verbal so quick. I would get into Arif's house and I'd be like, damn, I don't have anything to say.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I've been trying to work on my commentary. I'm glad to hear it's coming. It's working out, it sounds like.
Yeah, you really picked out the most interesting things to explain, and I learned a lot from this run. I enjoyed the hell out of it.
Shut up, Deed. My community, folks. Putting me on a pedestal that doesn't exist. Well, I'm glad I could help you learn some things about this run you may not have known, or elements of this game you may not have been familiar with. Yeah, when this game was at the height of its activeness in terms of routing, the people, the community went ham on all the ins and outs of stuff. All the small intricacies and behaviors and odd things that we can get the... Now, some of it changed in Integrate, like it didn't become one-to-one, but most of it's... According to my splits, I even got a couple golds during the run.
Yeah, you played on form, being only 2 minutes off your PB in a marathon. It's an entire... I mean, I don't have to tell you, but it's a different feeling entirely when you play in a marathon.
Yeah, no, it is, especially because commentary. It's it is hard to try to walk somebody through a strat in the middle of performing the strat.
There he is, Zach.
Wait,
here he is.
was that all of them?
I look forward to the explanation of his character in the next game.
I think we all do. I can promise you this. All the trailers that have been shown have only added more questions.
That is the kind of story writing of a certain gentleman who I won't name, but we know your games.
What is the fastest version? The fastest speedrun is technically, if you count it, it's the Yuffie DLC. But I understand that's not the same thing as running the main game. So if it's the main game, it's new game plus easy.
Honestly, I can't fault a single piece of music in the entire game. There's like one song where I'm like, I much prefer the original, or I don't really like the vibe of it, but I don't hate it. It's one of the best soundtracks they've made for a game in years.
Yeah, it's very good. I mean, I've listened to the soundtrack a bunch of times, and I don't think I've ever felt inclined to skip a song. I will say they have revealed the theme song for Rebirth, and it's a banger.
Yeah, no, I heard that. I couldn't escape hearing that.
I can't wait. I'm gonna have that on repeat all the time.
Nappy, thank you for the sub, by the way, before I forget. Alright, Woody, do you want to watch the end of this until the credits come up, or do you want to go? Because I don't want to keep you any longer. You have done enough, my friend.
I'm good. I mean, we can take me out whenever you're ready. I don't know if the Final Fantasy X run is ready to go, or
we're way on schedule, so it's fine. We'll go to the credits.
Yeah, why not?
The next game, yeah, is Final Fantasy X. And it's Foxy Jira in it, so it's going to be exceptional. We wanted the best Final Fantasy runs for our Final Fantasy block. That's not a controversial thing to say, is it?
7R and 10.
We nearly had 2 as well, Final Fantasy 2, but we couldn't get the schedules to line up. But I mean, we got 10 minutes of Chrono Trigger. That's just as good, right?
I had no idea the New Game Plus run of Chrono Trigger was like 10 minutes. I've only ever seen Glitchless and Hundo. Or like Hundo Glitchless. I almost never see anybody run any percent.
Yeah, New Game Plus is go destroy the final boss and then mess around with the credits, like the developer credits. What now, Aerith? You're a Time Lord.
Sephiroth. As long as he's still out there.
I thought you beat him.
We can. We will. Count me in.
If it's to be a hunt, you could use a nose like mine.
Oh, man. Oh, 76 days, man. Ooh, baby.
I'm even excited for the second part, and it's because I have questions that I demand answers to. Like, is Jesse still alive? And if they say yes, I'll say no further questions.
Oh my god, I just can't wait. Like, everything I've seen. Oh my god, they're really taking their time with this. Like, they're really putting all of it into it.
Sorry, Watari, with the $1 donation. Thanks for the run, Woadyb. I hope my donations weren't too annoying. If they were annoying, I wouldn't have read them out. You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, I don't want a lot in life, just Remake Part 2 to be good, and for them to put Blitzball in Final Fantasy XIV. That's all I want.
I miss it. The steel sky.
Steel sky.
The unknown journey will continue, but the known journey will continue on this stream. After a short intermission, we're going to have Foxy Jira do Final Fantasy X for you all. Woody, thank you so much. If there's anything else you want to say before I let you go.
Nothing too much. Thank you again for having me. Always a pleasure to showcase this game. I love this game to death. First game I ever speedran. 3 years now. I've been running this game. Took about a year break. I'm back. Feels like home. Never get tired of seeing the same things over and over again. Never gets boring for me. But if anybody's interested and wants to run the game, check it out. Plenty to happen when Rebirth comes out, but this game is still a banger to run to. Our Discord's got all the information you need. You can find us on speedrun.com.
Thank you so much, my friend. All right, we're going to go to a short intermission, and I'll be back with the next run once we're all ready. So